Chapter 23:15 Suppressed instead. You Yuan. Lord You Yuan. Senior brother You Yuan. When they heard this senior brother, the members of the angel race all looked excited. He was a young great monarch. In the future he would be able to sit loftily above the 9 heavens and look down on all life. In fact, it was even possible that he could surpass the regulations and become a heavenly Venerate that looked down on the rest of the world. In everyone's eyes, there was no opponent that You Yuan could not deal with. You Yuan appeared. He was an indescribably handsome man, his feathered wings snow-white with gold at the edges, and looked incredibly handsome. His hair was golden, each strand looking like it had been woven from gold, and the halo above his head was also golden in color, glowing with divine light such that he looked like a god of war in golden armor. However, his expression was very cool, as if everyone else in the world was only an ant in his eyes. He was completely emotionless. He looked at Ling Han, and did not repeat the mistakes that others had made. He asked, "Have you come to beg for mercy?" Ling Han couldn't help but lament, "Too bad," secretly. This guy actually had not called him father. He smiled faintly and said, "Hee, I saw that today was sunny and had fair weather, so I decided to have a barbecue feast here. You don't mind, right? To have a barbecue here? You haven't eaten meat for 3 lifetimes, right?" A mere member of the demon race actually dared to come into the angel quarters for a picnic. Just how uncaring could you be? However, everyone knew that Ling Han was only purposely saying this. In truth, he had come to crash in on them and cause trouble for them. In truth, Ling Han had done so. In any case, everyone was feeling very displeased. 2 great beauties of their race actually betrayed them to help Ling Han, and they were extremely rare monarch stars at that. Anyone would be throwing up blood at that thought. How had their delicate flowers fallen prey to a pig? Then you are seeking death. You Yuan sneered. His expression did not change in the slightest. It was like he did not know how to smile or feel anger. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Your expression is quite similar to that of someone else I know. You have no idea what smiling is? It can't be that the 2 of you are brothers, right? The person he was talking about was naturally Wally, and if that guy was here, he would definitely list out proof to show just how many differences there were between him and You Yuan, and assert that the chances that the 2 of them were brothers was endlessly close to 0. Meanwhile, the residents of the angel quarters were furious. Ling Han actually dared to tease their monarch star, which filled them with indignant fury. You Yuan, on the other hand, had no change in expression. He glanced at the Empress and turned his eyes back on Ling Han. "Kneel and beg for mercy and I can spare you." He had never been a merciful man. When he found out that there was an unknown relationship between Ling Han and the Empress, he had already passed the penalty of death on Ling Han. However, before Ling Han died, he wanted to cut off all thoughts that the Empress had for Ling Han. The simplest method was to have the Empress see Ling Han's ugliness as he knelt and begged humbly. Ling Han naturally knew You Yuan's thoughts well. He chuckled. "What meaning is there to waste your breath on such nonsense? Just come on and let me see the strength of the top elite of the academy." You Yuan was disdainful. "A mere 8th lotus second leaf, so what if you are a monarch star? In front of me, you will not even withstand a single strike." He took a step forwards. Immediately, a frightening aura roared out like the great ocean, causing everyone to feel the urge to kneel and worship this young great monarch. Furthermore, a white lotus flower appeared on his forehead, and it had 8 petals and 10 leaves. This You Yuan was actually an 8th lotus 10th leaf already. He was really just a small step away from the true pinnacle of 8th lotus, and with his freakish genius he would definitely be able to take that last step successfully. You Yuan. All the members of the angel race cheered, shaking the entire academy. They only knew that You Yuan was very strong, but no one knew that he had actually attained this kind of height. He was like a great mountain that they could only look up to. The other 3 quarters heard the commotion and came over to watch the excitement as well. What Ba actually wants to spar with You Yuan? Though he is also a monarch star, their cultivation levels are too far apart. There is no way that he could be his match. Being able to parry 2 to 3 strikes should be his limit, right? 2 to 3 strikes? Think about it, there is a total of 8 minor levels separating the 2 of them. It will be an insta-kill. I can bet anything with you on this gamble. It will definitely be an insta-kill. And this is an undoubtable matter. 1 strike and there definitely cannot be any more than that. If it was Xing or Niu, they may be able to parry a few more strikes. They are 5th leaf monarch stars after all. Gods, our academy actually has 4 monarch stars. It should be known that even the top Tiger Roar Academy has just 2. We will definitely become the strongest academy in the future. Everyone chattered excitedly. They naturally did not have much optimism about Ling Han, and instead thought that the Empress and Hunyou were stronger. And it was amidst the sounds of this discussion that Ling Han drew the Divine Demon Sword. He was no idiot. With a gap of 8 minor levels, he would actually challenge another Monarch star. He naturally had something to depend on, and it was the Divine Demon Sword. Come on. Ling Han's right hand held the sword while he beckoned You Yuan over with his left hand, his expression extremely disdainful. You Yuan's eyes blinked slightly. This was an omen that he was feeling killing intent. If you won't make your move, fine, I'll do it. Ling Han released a battle cry and charged out first. With him waving the Divine Demon Sword in a slash, a flash of sword chi swept out in 4 strikes. There was no need to even make contact. Merely the sight of them would cause a stabbing pain in your eyes. This was divine metal, the toughest metal in the entire world, and could also be forged into the sharpest weapon. Even if it had not been upgraded to the height of celestial tool, it still possessed extremely great might. You Yuan frowned, and he actually did not dare to face it head-on as he bounced away. It could not be helped. The Divine Demon Sword was too sharp, and he was still at the level of the Immortal Palace tier. There was no way he could use superior power to deliver a strike from a distance that would cause the Divine Demon Sword to slip from Ling Han's hand. Gasp! Everyone exclaimed in shock. At first they had thought that Ling Han would be insta-killed by You Yuan, but now? Not only had he not been insta-killed, he had even forced You Yuan into evasion. This was completely beyond expectations. Just relying on the might of your treasured tool, humph, nothing out of the ordinary. You Yuan was not just evading. As his hands flipped and danced, multiple harsh flashes of sword light were also sweeping towards Ling Han. Ling Han laughed and disdainfully retorted, "It is just that your cultivation level is slightly higher than mine. If it was a battle of equal cultivation levels without using any strong weapon, I would definitely defeat you in 100 moves." Arrogance. You Yuan humped coldly, not even deigning to refute. He had long since become an invincible Monarch star. There was no need for him to defeat Ling Han in a battle of equals to prove his own strength. Then you can just continue running like this. Ling Han brandished the Divine Demon Sword. Any attack that rushed towards him would be sliced in half. Furthermore, his stamina had long since reached the level of the Ascending Origin tier, so the speed of his attacks was astonishingly fast. There was absolutely no need for him to worry that You Yuan's attacks would be too close together, and he would miss out on 1 or 2 of them. In this exchange, over 100 blows were traded. Indeed, You Yuan could only sustain blows from Ling Han. It was not that his strength was inferior to Ling Han's, but rather that the sword in Ling Han's hands was too powerful. For an Immortal Palace tier to possess a celestial tool, what kind of concept was that? Everyone was rendered mute. Even if everyone knew that this was not because You Yuan's strength was outmatched, they still felt their scalps go numb. When had they seen You Yuan fall into a disadvantage in a battle of equals, what more when Ling Han's cultivation level was far inferior to his? Fine, I will suppress my cultivation level to battle with you. You Yuan roared in fury. He was about to die of sullenness. Chapter 23:16 Battle of Equals. You Yuan was the top elite of the academy. Even among all the 8th lotuses of the entire foreign realm, You Yuan was also a top-tier existence. Yet now he was actually driven into a tizzy by a mere second lotus, which made him feel both sullen and furious. It was not that he had no weapon he could not draw. However, before it could even touch the Divine Demon Sword, it would be broken in half with just a sweep of sword chi. Having a demon charge all the way into the angel quarters, with himself being suppressed, if he did not defeat Ling Han, what face would he have left as the top elite of the academy? Hence, he would rather choose a battle of equal levels. He was confident that his strength was still sufficient for defeating Ling Han. Ling Han slanted a disdainful look at him, yet still withdrew the Divine Demon Sword. No longer acting the coward? He asked with a laugh, his mockery evident. You Yuan's breath quickened. There had never been anyone that dared to act arrogant in front of him. Anyone who dared do so had all been killed by him. But the problem now was that he really had no possibility of killing Ling Han. This naturally made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Disaster comes from a reckless tongue, he threatened menacingly. Ling Han chuckled. Your eyes have gone blind if you dare to covet even my woman. Moreover, you even played dirty tricks on me. If I don't beat you into a pig's head, I will not be able to vent this anger. Your woman? You Yuan couldn't help but rage. The first time he set eyes on the Empress, he was already deeply captivated. What an exquisite beauty with such majestic bearing, so noble, so proud. Only this kind of woman was worthy of him. If that had not been the case, he would not have targeted Ling Han deliberately. How could Ling Han be worthy? You are seeking death, he roared, the lotus flower on his forehead trembling. One after another, the leaves disappeared. He was forcefully suppressing his cultivation level. Otherwise, once Ling Han drew the divine demon sword again, he would still only be able to run and hide. Of course, even if he suppressed his cultivation level, it was possible that Ling Han would still draw the divine demon sword again. This would depend on Ling Han's trustworthiness. Finally, he became 8th Lotus Second Leaf, completely equal to Ling Han's present cultivation level. He took a deep breath and stretched out his right hand. Wang. Multiple seals lit up on his arm, and the halo above his head blazed like a sun. His wings flapped, and his whole figure was lifted into the air, as if a war god had descended from the heavens. Countless women of the angel race were completely enraptured with this scene as their hearts all beat faster. They wanted nothing more than to throw themselves into the arms of this mighty handsome man. In comparison, Ling Han, as a member of the demon race, was really too ugly, covered completely with red skin and bearing distorted features. Only celestial maiden Yunhe was an exception. Her mind was filled with Ling Han's heroic image inside the mystery realm. Even if her memory was missing a few crucial scenes, her heart was still moved. However, this was the angel quarters and she could not cheer Ling Han on in broad daylight and full public. Ling Han scoffed and swept a glance at him. Birdman, I will beat you down onto the ground in 100 moves at most. How dare you? You Yuan roared in fury. With a flap of his wings, he shot forwards and charged over to Ling Han. The halo above his head suddenly exploded with light that was off the charts. Even the spectators in the surroundings found their vision completely overtaken by golden light, and could not see anything else at all. This was the full power blow of an 8th Lotus Second Leaf Monarch star. It was natural that not many below 8th Lotus could see clearly. Only those 3 8th Lotus Monarch tiers could see that You Yuan turned into a streak of light, sending a punch right at Ling Han. Ling Han cracked a grin and suddenly delivered a punch. Boom! When this punch was shot out, the air was instantly compressed. Ping, 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 endless creases were formed. The scene was really bizarre. Space could actually be creased. With how powerful his stamina was, it had long since advanced into ascending origin tier. Thus, even when he attacked later, it was his attack that reached first and directly shot right in front of You Yuan. You Yuan was stunned and concentrated his spiritual power without a second thought. A giant hand of light was formed in front of his face, meeting the punch that Ling Han delivered. How could it be so fast? He roared inwardly. This kind of attack speed was completely illogical. Pum. Ling Han's fist crashed into the giant hand of light, and with a boom, this large hand of light immediately shattered, and the fist penetrated it deeply, continuing to blast towards You Yuan's face. What? Seeing this scene, Wuxia, Sun Feng and Lu Yuanxin were all exclaiming soundlessly. Their cultivation levels were similar, and they were both Monarch stars, so their strength should be extremely close. No, You Yuan's cultivation level might have been repressed to second leaf, but it was definitely the peak stage of the second leaf, and it was possible that Ling Han had not reached the peak stage. Perhaps he was only in the late stage, middle stage, or even early stage. In other words, the chance that You Yuan had an advantage in cultivation level was still very high, though this advantage might be very small. Yet Ling Han had practically managed to suppress You Yuan with a single punch. How could this be? If it had been someone else, they would probably have had to suffer this loss helplessly, but You Yuan was a Monarch star. Countless divine swords of light actually surged out from his body, and swept towards Ling Han's fist. This was an amazing move. Not only could it resolve his own crisis, it could also cause a severe injury to Ling Han. Who asked the latter to actually dare to penetrate deeply with just a single fist? A battle at close quarters was a great taboo among cultivators, unless one had an absolute advantage in strength. Ling Han laughed. Lightning wrapped around his fist, and he had absolutely no intention to withdraw his fist. Ping, his fist landed on You Yuan's face, and shio, countless swords of light also landed on his fist and arm at the same time. You Yuan was sent back several dozen meters, the halo above his head dimming, which also allowed the masses to recover their sight. What? When they could see clearly, everyone was gaping and felt a chill run down their spines. Disbelief was written all over their faces. There was actually a trace of blood at the corners of You Yuan's lips. You Yuan had actually been injured. How could they believe this? He was the top elite of the academy, and had led the academy to win the first place of the 1000 Academy tournament 1,000,000 years ago, yet now he had actually been injured with a single blow, and it was a strike to the face at that. Who would believe this if they heard it? However, the young prodigies of all four quarters were here, and they all witnessed it with their own eyes. Was this really not an illusion that Ling Han had created? You deserve death. You Yuan roared to the heavens. Though his counterattack had all landed on Ling Han's arm, it had not caused any harm. Ling Han's physique was incredibly strong. When he spoke these three words, even his voice was trembling. That was because Ling Han had used the regulations of lightning in this punch, electrocuting him to numbness, so his voice was naturally stuttering when he spoke. Ling Han only flicked his hand in response and said, "What a hard-skinned face, my hand is slightly aching from the impact." Everyone was speechless. You struck his face with your fist and you actually said that his face was too hard so your hand hurts now? Wasn't that simply mockery? You Yuan's expression became solemn. He had already forcefully suppressed his fury. He looked coldly and with a shake of his hands, a blade of light appeared in his hold. This was not an actual weapon, but a blade he had manifested through spiritual power and regulations. I did not expect that you have actually cultivated the regulations of lightning. The regulations of lightning had frightening destructive power. Even now, there was still a fizzling in his body, and his blood was filled with violent factors, affecting the flow of his spiritual power. He adjusted his attitude completely. In this academy, there really was someone that could threaten his soul dominance. However, the regulations of light are not the only regulations I cultivate. He exuded a terrifying killing intent. It was as if his whole person had turned into an executioner's blade, capable of destroying the whole world. Chapter 23:17 Roasted Wing. Ling Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Regulation of slaughter. Good that you know, You Yuan said proudly. He had been able to cultivate until dividing 9 souls because he had obtained a source power of heaven and earth, as well as 8 different incomparable natural treasures. The sole source power of heaven and earth was the regulation of slaughter. He had never shown it before. Everyone thought that he had only cultivated the regulations of light, and he had originally intended to leave this trump card to be used in the 1000 Academy tournament. In the last 1000 Academy tournament, he had only been at the 4th leaf, and had not obtained this source power of heaven and earth yet. The fact that he had gained a source power of heaven and earth meant that he had heaven-defyingly good luck. This was something that even a great many ancestral kings would covet, and was also another reason why he had hidden it all this time. Yet now he could not hold himself back. Ling Han crooked a finger. "Come. I shall oblige." You Yuan's figure charged out. With a roar, the regulation of slaughter manifested into a long spear, as red as if it was dyed in blood. Boom! The spear shot out like lightning, intending to stab Ling Han to death. Ling Han still used the regulations of lightning, and used the fists of fury, meeting You Yuan's attack. In a battle of equals, whom had he ever feared? The two great prodigies traded blows. You Yuan only parried a few strikes, and his expression changed drastically. That was because every punch he parried from Ling Han would cause his whole body to shudder and feel an indescribable discomfort. He could not believe it. Actually, he had not just cultivated the 2 regulations of slaughter and light, but had touched on every kind of regulation. However, he had focused on these 2 regulations and merely touched lightly on the rest. He had not studied them too deeply or thoroughly. But this did not prevent him from having a vague understanding of every kind of great Tao. The attack of regulations that Ling Han was presently delivering was definitely not ordinary. It was too powerful, surpassing the extent that a second leaf should have. As expected of a monarch star, he had very good senses. That was because the regulation of lightning that Ling Han was presently channeling was indeed stronger. It had assimilated the regulations of 2 realms. However, what use was it even if he had good instincts? You Yuan was still being suppressed by Ling Han, and had completely fallen into a disadvantage. Everyone was numb with shock, rendered completely incapable of speech. They knew that Ling Han was also a monarch star, but shouldn't it be a match of equals for 2 monarch stars to clash in a battle of equal cultivation levels? However, the present situation was completely one-sided. It was extremely clear that You Yuan was at a disadvantage and could only manage to parry. This was more like the crushing advantage that a monarch star had over a monarch tier. Why was it like this? They naturally did not know that Ling Han's evolution index was endlessly close to 11. What kind of concept was this? It meant that he was practically another level stronger than any ordinary Monarch star, and that was indeed equivalent to the suppression that Monarch stars had over Monarch tiers. Boom, boom, boom. Fists of fury shot out in a barrage, and You Yuan's expression became uglier and uglier. He used all the means he had and whatever ultimate moves that he knew, but he was ultimately still completely suppressed by Ling Han. The limit of 100 moves was close at hand, and he could no longer hold on anymore. You Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He could not accept losing to another in a battle of equals, and it was within 100 moves at that. Die! He roared in fury, and the lotus flower on his forehead instantly grew 8 leaves. He had released his suppression on his cultivation level, and regained his full battle prowess. Boom! His battle prowess instantly exploded. Slicing out a palm, his strike directly ripped through space, capable of instantly slicing Ling Han into pieces. Ling Han humphed coldly, and had already drawn the divine demon sword, sweeping it out in a sideways slice. You Yuan's left wing instantly flew into the air, the light of blood filling the skies, as if the heavens itself were weeping in grief. Ah! You Yuan stepped back continuously while showing an expression of incredible agony, his only remaining wing flapping frantically. So what if he had exploded? Don't forget that Ling Han had a powerful weapon. It was because he could not hold up to the might of the divine demon sword that he was compelled to agree to a battle of equals with Ling Han. In his utter fury, he initially wanted to launch an unexpected attack on Ling Han, yet did not expect that Ling Han had been on guard against him all this while. As a result, it was instead his wing that had been severed. He lost. You Yuan lost. Did this mean that the world was about to change completely? This Ba was too frightening, wasn't he? In a battle of equals, he only needed around 100 moves to defeat You Yuan. He was too indescribably freakish. In the future the world was Ba's, the era of Ba. You Yuan's fury could not be stemmed. His true strength was superior to Ling Han's by who knew how many times over, yet because the latter had a god tool, he was completely helpless, and in a battle of equals he actually was no match for Ling Han either, which made him feel a strong feeling of helplessness. This made him think back to those supreme freaks that he had encountered in the last 1000 Academy tournament. They had also caused this feeling of helplessness to rise up in him. No one making any more noise, right? Ling Han asked, smiling. Flopping down onto the ground, he took out a barbecue grill, and then picked up the severed wing of You Yuan. After plucking all the feathers and using clean water to wash away the traces of blood and dust, he placed it on the barbecue grill. Everyone grimaced. That was You Yuan's wing. The majority of essence of the angel race was concentrated in their 2 wings. To others this was indeed a great nutritious tonic, yet you actually grilled it in public. This was too unreasonable, wasn't it? Hunyo and the other women chuckled and naturally joined immediately. The 4 of them sat at a corner respectively, and were just waiting for the wing to be completely cooked. This caused the residents of the angel quarters to burst with fury. The insect race and holy beasts were stunned, while the demon race exploded with raucous cheers. They exulted. After bearing for so many years, a supreme prodigy had finally emerged from the demon quarters, capable of stomping all over even You Yuan. You Yuan stared daggers at Ling Han. There were 2 options available to him if he wanted to defeat this opponent. Firstly, he could get himself a supreme weapon as well, one that could compare to the divine demon sword. Secondly, he could advance further and cultivate the 11th secret. In that manner, his strength would leap into the ascending origin tier. Then, even if it was a punch delivered from a distance, he would be able to smash Ling Han into mush. Comparing the 2 options, it was naturally the latter that would be more easily realized. With a wave of his hand, he turned and left. Even if he stayed, it would only add to his grief. How could it be that he would be admiring these people chew on his own wing? With You Yuan's departure, the residents of the angel quarters, too, could not bring themselves to stay longer, and similarly returned to their own homes in dejection. This was clearly the angel quarters, yet it had become Ling Han's barbecue spot, and the others were all speechless from this. So aromatic. Hunyo salivated. This was the wing of a monarch star. Its nutrition value was not inferior to a great herb's, so she was naturally drooling. Ling Han, is it done yet? She asked delicately. Ling Han laughed and replied, yes, almost done. This wing had already been roasted to golden brown, emanating an alluring aroma. To say nothing of the 4 of them that were practically drooling, even those angels that had closed their doors were swallowing secretly. The concentrated essence of a monarch star, an extremely nutritious tonic. After another while, Ling Han took the wing off the barbecue grill. He cut off 3 parts, which he gave to the 3 women, and then retained 1 part. This was to be given to the women inside the Black Tower. Their cultivation level was too low. It was enough for them to eat just a little bit. Otherwise, it would be too much for them and the excessive nutrition would kill them. The 4 of them feasted, and the sounds of many people gulping rang out from around them. This was really too aromatic, too alluring. When they had consumed this great feast, Ling Han patted his behind and stood up, returning to the demon quarters. The whole demon quarters had already erupted in uproar. Everyone was looking at him with eyes filled with admiration. If it were not that Ling Han was too aloof, there would be countless people approaching him for sure. He began to digest the essence inside the roasted meat. This was equivalent to a greatly nutritious celestial flower. Ling Han spent a whole 7 days to finally finish digesting it and gain the qualifications to break through to the 3rd secret. Chapter 23 18 Third Secret. Initially, Ling Han had already reached the 2nd secret's late stage, and now he directly soared to the 2nd secret's peak stage with such nutrition. He swallowed a 1,000-year dream pill and entered into the time stream. Since the foreign realm had regulations of time, it naturally also had the time stream. However, it could only be entered either through using the 1,000-year dream pill or forcefully barging into the place with the overwhelming might of the heavenly venerable tier. But even a heavenly venerate could not match the power of heaven and earth. Once they left the time stream, all their memories gained there would be erased. The past and present could not be reversed, and the future could not be changed. Ling Han comprehended Tao in this place where time ended. There was no concept of time here. It was possible that countless years would pass in an instant, and countless years here could also be a second in the outside world. This was the unit of time that Ling Han had learned from Wali, and he had accepted this concept and adopted it. Compared to counting time for a single joss stick or a heartbeat, minutes and seconds were much more precise. Moreover, it could be further precise by proceeding to millisecond and microsecond. In this place, Ling Han easily broke through to the 3rd secret, but he did not immediately return. Instead, he continued comprehension here until the effects of the 1,000-year dream pill were completely used up, and only then did his spirit return to his physical body. The heavenly tribulation immediately came. He went to endure the heavenly tribulation, and a day later, his figure descended, having easily survived it. And in truth, his cultivation level had already reached the 3rd secret's middle stage. The essence contained in You Yuan's wing was truly amazing. Previously, he had not expended all the essence in full at all, and now he had comprehended another Tao where time ended. It seemed like it was just a while, yet the time that had actually passed was endless. Thus, once Ling Han had endured the heavenly tribulation, he absorbed and digested fully the remaining essence inside his body, and his cultivation level directly soared to the 3rd secret's middle stage. He returned to his quarters, yet immediately received a message from the Academy that he had once again gained the qualification to participate in the 1000 Academy tournament. Going back and forth like this, was it fun? Ling Han knew that the Academy had seen how he had defeated You Yuan in a battle of equals, and thus determinedly placed bets on him. Even if Ling Han could not win a good placing for the Academy this time, there was probably no one that could manage to stop Ling Han in the next tournament. As a human, they naturally had to set their sights further. Of course, if he had been in the celestial realm, Ling Han would definitely have chosen just to cast this aside. Fuck, who do you think I am? Just coming at your slightest call and dismissed with a wave? But now this was the foreign realm and Ling Han did not do anything willful. He was determined to understand the cultivation system of the foreign realm. That way he could deal with it in the future. He also wanted to know just what kind of level this generation of young prodigies of the foreign realm had reached. If they could possibly reach the heavenly venerable tier, should he find a chance to kill them off in advance. Additionally, he discovered that the wings of the angel race were all like celestial medicines, and eating more wings could help his cultivation level soar straight upwards, so why shouldn't he go and get himself some more? He was sure that only the monarch stars of the angel race would let him enjoy these effects, and there were pitifully few of them, so he would only be able to encounter them in the 1000 Academy tournament. If the Academy knew that he agreed to go because he wanted to eat chicken wings, those old geezers would probably be shooting fire from their eyes in their fury. Not too many days later, the 10 prodigies set out under the leadership of 2 Ninth Lotus elites of the Academy, heading towards the 4 Splendor Academy. The 1000 Academy tournament this time round was held at the 4 Splendor Academy, but there was a boundless distance separating the 2 locations. If they were just to simply fly on their journey, they would probably need tens of millions of years to reach their destination. But though they had set out earlier, there was only 100 years' time left, and there was no way they could just journey there like that. What now? They would use the transfer formation then. There were transfer formations everywhere in the 4 Splendor Academy, which boundlessly shortened the distance between 2 locations. However, because the 4 Splendor Academy was really too far, they would still need about 30 years' time even with using the transfer formation. That was because they could not simply take the next transfer formation after using the first transfer formation, but rather had to journey part of the way. The tournament team of 10 was still You Yuan and 9 others that had emerged victorious from the selections. The ascending origin tiers leading the team were Yuan and Qi Shuang. Yuan was a member of the insect race, while Qi Shuang was a holy beast. The reason why no member of the angel race or demon race had been appointed as team leader was naturally because of the conflict between Ling Han and You Yuan. This was to avoid any prejudice, which could lead to the whole team falling apart in the end. They increased their journeying speed, and after over a dozen days they arrived at a city, and then used the transfer formation for the first time. Traversing through space, they soon arrived at another city, but did not immediately continue their journey. Using a long-distance transfer formation would actually bring serious side effects to bear on the body. The physical body was under extremely unstable conditions. If one continuously used transfer formations, death would be a small matter. More importantly, one could burst in a massive explosion, destroying the transfer formation and the transfer passageway, and thus causing disastrous harm to others. Wally had also come with them. He disguised himself as a small ornament that hung from a corner of Ling Han's robes. One cannot continuously use the transfer formation, because traversing through space would affect the stability of the particles, and cause chaos among the nuclear electrons. It could very possibly turn the human body into a supernuclear weapon, he explained. You have to understand that, in truth, every single existence is a creation of the heaven and earth, including us. The power of heaven and earth is constantly within us, but ordinary people are completely incapable of accessing it. According to the theories of the high-level dimension, every gram of quality that we expend could explode with a storm of energy capable of destroying a planet. You can just imagine just how terrifying our potential is. It was no wonder that the transfer formation could not be used continuously. It could make humans into a terrifying weapon. Given what you say, if we could use the power of heaven and earth, simply pick up a rock and we can explode with boundless power? Ling Han asked. That's right. Wally nodded. Those who can use a limited extent of the power of heaven and earth would be those so-called heavenly venerates of yours. Hence, the strength of heavenly venerable tier completely overwhelmed celestial kings. Even a 9th heaven celestial king would only die a terrible death in front of a heavenly venerate. The power that both sides used was not on the same level at all. Ling Han felt strongly just how smart he had been to choose to cooperate with Wally. He had gained all the knowledge of a high-level dimension, and knowledge was the most central wealth of a realm. Cultivation techniques were actually a kind of knowledge as well, teaching you how to use regulations. After resting for 3 days and using the transfer formation in the city again, they arrived at another city. This time they did not rest any longer, but rather continued to exit the city and journey onwards. That was because the next transfer formation was at a very distant location. The time they took to journey there would be enough for them to dispel the side effects brought by using the transfer formation. And this was how they proceeded, stopping and continuing repeatedly on their journey. Occasionally they would take a few days of rest, traversing the wide space of the foreign realm. Everyone did not waste their time. For those that had reached their cultivation level, they could cultivate just by walking and sleeping. It was only that their efficiency would be slightly lower than usual. 10 years later they had already walked countless paths, and their speed was also slightly faster than they had expected. Half their journey had been completed. If everything went smoothly, they would be able to reach 4 Splendor Academy in another 10 years' time. On this day they came out of a transfer formation to find some place to settle down. The next transfer formation was within this city itself. There was no need for them to journey elsewhere and they could take a good rest for a while. However, they discovered that this city was extraordinarily familiar. Chapter 23 19 Blood of Ancestral King. Other cities would definitely not be as bustling as this, with so many people that it had become overcrowded. Cultivators of all shapes and sizes could be seen everywhere. There were members of various races, strong and weak, male and female, older and younger. Everyone was very curious. What exactly had happened here? Why had so many people come here? They made some inquiries. As it turned out, an auction would soon be held here, and a most precious treasure would be appearing at the auction. It was a bottle of blood from an ancestral king, and one that had reached 14th lotus at that. When they heard this, everyone was extremely stirred up. Anything that belonged to a celestial king was a treasure. In truth, he was equivalent to a human-shaped celestial medicine, but no one could harvest him. And if one were to ask which part of this human-shaped great herb was the most valuable, that would undoubtedly and definitely had to be his blood essence. What was going on auction this time was only the blood of an ancestral king, not the blood essence of an ancestral king. In that case, the effects would be considerably poorer. Otherwise, the auctioneer would have long since advertised it far and wide. Upon further thought, it was true. With how rare blood essence was, even a celestial king could not possibly have a lot. It was the concentrated essence of a celestial king. Furthermore, would a celestial king sell off one of his body parts? If he wanted money, he would be able to get a countless amount easily. Hence, it was definite that this blood of an ancestral king had not been given out by an ancestral king voluntarily. It had to have either been spilled in a great battle and someone just happened to pick it up, or it was a dead ancestral king, and someone harvested it from his corpse. To say nothing of You Yuan and the other immortal palace tiers, even the hearts of those two ascending origin tier elites throbbed wildly, wanting nothing more than to take it for their own. In any case, there was still a lot of time, and there were not many days until the auction began. Thus, everyone decided to stay a few more days here, and then set out again after the auction was over. Everyone was rubbing their fists eagerly. They were determined to get this bottle of ancestral king blood, and quietly did an accounting of their personal wealth to see if it was enough to purchase this portion of ancestral king blood. Seeing how many people had come here, it was clear how valuable this bottle of ancestral king blood would be. By then, the competition would definitely be extremely intense. There were only 7 days left until the day of the auction. Thus, they did not rest too many days and set out, arriving at the auction site. You Yuan's longing was greatest. Even if he was a monarch star and there was practically no bottleneck in the advancement of his cultivation, he would still need to accumulate enough power every time he broke through. Now, he needed a very long time to accumulate enough power so that he could store up enough for a timely burst, and rush up to the 11th secret in a single stroke. A bottle of ancestral king blood would definitely help him to take this step. You Yuan glanced at Ling Han unobtrusively. He only needed to take one step further and he would deal with Ling Han. He would humiliate him in public and then kill him in secret afterwards, getting rid of this guy that had embarrassed him once and for all. Wuxia and Sun Feng were not willing to admit weakness either. They were still a long way off from 11th secret, but with the help of a bottle of ancestral king blood, they would definitely be able to see some hope. The others were about the same. Even Yuan's and Qi Shuang's eyes were glowing. If they had a large supply of ancestral king blood, who knew they might be able to break through and become ancestral kings. Though this hope was pitifully small, they still decided to obtain this bottle of ancestral king blood, even if it meant losing all their fortune. After a while, they arrived at the auction site. Wow, even though they had deliberately widened the auction site for the sake of the ancestral king blood, with 4 paths of entry in total, there was still a long line of people outside. Who knew how many people were filled with yearning for this bottle of precious blood? The expressions of those like You Yuan and his group were not very good. They had limited wealth on them, they merely had some star stones to help in cultivation and 1 or 2 celestial medicines to help in breaking through or to save their lives in a pinch, but it definitely could not be a great herb that was the level of the celestial king tier. But others had come prepared, so how could it be easy to defeat these people? Previously, Ling Han had killed over 100 ancestral kings through trickery in the neutral zone, so he naturally possessed astonishing wealth. However, he was not much interested in ancestral king blood, because though there were some ancestral kings that he had killed violently at the time, there were still a great many ancestral kings whose bodies had remained unscathed, and he had then stowed them into the Black Tower. If he wanted ancestral king blood, there would be a lot. In fact, he had a considerable amount of ancestral king blood essence as well. But if he were to directly use the ancestral king blood, the only possible result that would happen once he drank it would be death. There was too much power contained within, and the martial intent inside was too strong. It was not something that he presently could bear at all. If he wanted to consume it, he had to request the help of a supreme elite to help refine the harmful substances contained within. Otherwise it would only be courting death. The fact that the Ancestral King blood could be sold meant that the harmful substances within should already have been refined, and it could be directly used. What Ling Han was interested in was this technique of refining. If he could learn it, that would be equivalent to having obtained an astonishing amount of Celestial King tier great herbs. He split from the group with an excuse, and did not even have the 3 women follow him. Instead, he found an isolated corner and made some alterations to his appearance. He had become a member of the angel race, and his aura also changed accordingly. However, he had not cultivated the regulations of light, and that would be revealed the moment he started a battle. The angel race could use the regulations of light by nature. Even if their main focus was not this type of regulations, they would still subconsciously use this regulation when they fought. He lined up and entered, and then sent a message to the staff of the auction house. "You said that you have something incredibly precious to sell?" A while later, an elder appeared. He was an 8th Lotus elite who was also a member of the angel race, but dark gray had already appeared at the tips of his feathered wings. This was because he had experienced too many instances of Immortal's Tribulation, and that had already affected his body. With a few more rounds he should no longer be able to stand here. Instead, he would have boils on his head and pus flowing from underneath his feet, and could die at any moment. Ling Han nodded. At first, the one who had served him was only a junior worker, but once he showed his cultivation level and said that he had something important to be put on auction, it became this elder that came to serve him. "What is it?" the elder asked. Ling Han took out a jade bottle and placed it on the table. The elder picked it up and was just about to open it when he heard Ling Han say, "Be careful." He was unconcerned. Could it be that a ferocious beast was contained inside? With a paw, he uncorked the bottle, and an indescribable murderous aura instantly surged out, and his hand involuntarily trembled. Instantly the bottle fell onto the ground. Ling Han moved quickly. He caught the bottle. Previously he had fiddled with the corpses of ancestral kings. Though he still could not make direct contact with the body of an ancestral king, it was fine as long as there was a bottle between them, as long as the opening of the bottle was not facing him directly. Ling Han placed the bottle back on the table and then smiled faintly. The elder couldn't help but look embarrassed. Ling Han had clearly warned him beforehand, yet he had still almost dropped the bottle. Who knew what kind of great loss that would have resulted in if it had really been damaged from the fall? He looked stunned. He only had to probe that violent aura, and he knew that the substance in the bottle was extraordinary. He looked towards the bottle again and the expression on his face changed immediately. As a professional, he immediately entered into work mode, and set aside his previous embarrassment. Ancestral King blood. He paled in shock and then his expression became strange. They had only obtained a portion of Ancestral King blood after much difficulty, and now another bottle had appeared at this instance. Wasn't this too coincidental? However, it has not been refined. He frowned. This would affect the auction price. Chapter 23:20 Spending exorbitantly. Does your auctioneer's business have the means to purify Ancestral King blood? Ling Han asked. No. The elder shook his head and then continued, this is a secret technique, and is only grasped in the hands of a minority of forces. However, you need not be concerned. After all, there is not much Ancestral King blood in this world. True, what Ancestral King would be letting out blood out of boredom? Yet Ling Han thought, there are at least 100 Ancestral King corpses that can be used inside the Black Tower. Just what kind of astounding wealth is this? Moreover, Ling Han had no plans on selling the Ancestral King blood. Instead, he would retain it for his own use. In that case, he naturally wanted even more to obtain the method of refinement. Do you plan to trade this bottle of Ancestral King blood for star stones, or to trade it for another item? The elder asked. If it is the former, we will collect 15% as service charge. If it is the latter, you have to pay us 100,000 star stones. The latter, Ling Han answered and directly tossed over a spatial god tool. Then he took out some star stones and it just happened he had 100,000 left. Then what do you want to trade for? The elder asked. He naturally hoped that Ling Han would choose the former option. The value of a portion of Ancestral King was definitely 100 million star stones or above. Ling Han did not hesitate and answered, the method to refine Ancestral King blood. The elder was surprised. He had already spoken very clearly, Yet why was Ling Han still so dead set on it? With a thought, he couldn't help but inhale sharply and exclaim, "You do not just have one portion of Ancestral King blood. This number was definitely not small. Otherwise, even if you traded it for the method of refinement, so what? The increase in value would not be more than this portion of Ancestral King blood presently, and it would still be a loss. Do you have an Ancestral King in your family that can let out some blood anytime you like?" Though he was thinking this in his heart, the elder naturally would not be asking it out loud. A businessman should never be too curious. However, he still said something additional. "If you have more Ancestral King blood, you can delegate us to help you sell it off. If there is a lot, our service charges can be further lowered. Furthermore, for our auction house, all personal information is definitely classified, and there is no need to worry about any trouble." Ling Han merely smiled in response. Firstly, he really had too much Ancestral King blood, and there was no way he would take it all out to be auctioned off, and secondly, how could he possibly trust someone else so easily? Oh, it would absolutely be classified just because they said it would be classified information. Of course, he had disguised himself presently, and actually did not fear that anyone would know that the Ancestral King blood had come from him. Most importantly, he too indeed needed Ancestral King blood. The Empress and the others also needed to use it, and he would not be complaining no matter how much he had. The elder tried to persuade him further, but Ling Han had completely no intention of changing his mind. However, he did leave some room for negotiation. If this deal was successfully and smoothly completed, who knew, he could have a second portion of Ancestral King blood to be auctioned off here. After everything was settled, Ling Han was invited to a private room. Though a deal of 100,000 star stones was indeed not much for the auction house, it could not be helped, as what Ling Han had offered was much too valuable. Thus, he was also given the VIP treatment. The inside of the auction building used regulations of space, and was another world entirely. Its structure was no different than that of any other auction building, but its size was over 100 times that of an ordinary auction building, and it could accommodate millions of people. Ling Han sat in a private room and his visibility was extremely good, showing the high regard that the auction house had for him. Not too long later, the auction officially began. Wally regained human form and sat beside Ling Han. He had just awakened intelligence and was in the state of swift learning. However, what he previously learned was the knowledge of a high-level dimension, while now he was learning how to be human. He was entranced. According to him, he could start a certain mode so he could simultaneously capture the voices and expressions of everyone in the area, and then analyze and calculate for his learning purposes. Meanwhile, Ling Han placed his attention on the items on auction. He could not be bothered with this curious child any longer. At the beginning, the auction items were very ordinary. As Ling Han watched and listened, he couldn't help but yawn, right until a celestial medicine appeared, and only then did he become energized. Though it was not very old in age, it was still a celestial medicine, so it was still extremely valuable, and could be used in medicine and alchemy. Ling Han naturally moved. He was definitely very rich. He had the wealth of over 100 ancestral kings. Though those ancestral kings could not possibly carry all their wealth with them, just a small portion was wealth equivalent to that of an entire nation. As long as it was a celestial medicine, he did not care how old it was, or what kind of alchemical pill he could use it for. There was only one word for it: buy. Seeing him spending so exorbitantly, the people below and those in other private rooms cast frequent glances at him, seemingly wanting to find out who the wealthy man in this private room was. Ling Han's mischievous heart was stirred up. With a thought, he immediately assumed You Yuan's appearance, and then shut off the formation in the private room. It could form a barrier that prevented the divine sense of others from penetrating. Of course, mere sight could not penetrate through either. Instantly, his appearance was displayed in front of the masses. You Yuan was also extremely curious about this mysterious person. However, he did not turn around repeatedly. Instead, he only turned around for a look when others exclaimed aloud. Then he was profoundly surprised. This person actually looked exactly like him. However, he was not too concerned either. The foreign realm was too large and had too many people. It was no rare event that two people would look similar. How arrogant! Someone smirked coldly. He disliked seeing how Ling Han spent so exorbitantly, as if he was better than everyone else. One should never show off wealth. Does he plan to have someone rob him? Haha, I say, everyone, let us not make competing bids. Later we only have to rob this guy. Ling Han laughed, his expression very arrogant. If you want to rob me, just take a look at what kind of person you guys are yourselves and estimate your own strength. Also, if you can't find me, just go ahead and come to 100 Battles Academy. My name is You Yuan. Pooh. You Yuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. To say that this person was also named You Yuan was a coincidence, but if he was also at the 100 Battles Academy, that would be wrong. There was only one You Yuan in the academy, and that was he who was previously the only Monarch star there. Did he have some grudge with this guy that the latter would actually lay a trap for him? To say nothing of him, even Yuan and Qi Shuang frowned. This person had bought a great many celestial medicines in a single stroke. This astonishing wealth would naturally induce envy from others, and now he was deliberately impersonating You Yuan, who knew how much trouble that could cause to their team. This guy was really too snarky, deliberately opening the barrier to expose a false identity. What he wanted was to draw the waters of calamity to another target. After Ling Han had shown enough of his arrogance, he unlocked the formation again. Wally looked on curiously. He surpassed a great scholar who knew how many times in the grasping of knowledge, but on the matter of underhanded schemes, he was completely a layman, and could not understand why Ling Han had done so. His understanding of worldly matters originated from calculation, and what had happened now was something that he could not obtain a result for no matter how hard he calculated. The auction continued, and after a whole 5 days, it finally came to the stage of the most valuable item. Everyone has waited long. The auctioneer pressed his hands down. Originally, we only had one portion of Ancestral King blood for sale, but because of some special conditions, we now have another. Everyone heard this and all looked excited. Now there were 2 portions of Ancestral King blood. However, the auctioneer paused. The second portion of Ancestral King blood has not been refined. Chapter 23-21 Refinement Technique. When these words fell, at least 99% of the people immediately shook their heads. Without being refined, how could it be used? If it was directly consumed, that would be equivalent to having a blow from an Ancestral King directly explode inside one's body. Who could bear that? They could not even touch it physically. The aura of an Ancestral King was too domineering, possessing shocking destructive power. However, the remaining less than 1% of cultivators looked moved. The competition for unrefined Ancestral King blood would definitely be smaller, and the final price would be far from comparable to that of refined Ancestral King blood. To obtain a practically equivalent treasure with a lower price would naturally spell a great profit. They had a grasp of the refinement technique of Ancestral King blood. "We get it, get started," someone urged. "That's right. Get a move on." The auctioneer did not keep them hanging but rather said, "However, the owner of this portion of Ancestral King blood does not want to auction it off for star stones. Instead, he would like to trade for the refinement technique of Ancestral King blood." Huh? A great many people exchanged looks. There was actually someone that wanted to use Ancestral King blood to trade for its refinement technique? Unless he still had a large amount of Ancestral King blood, who would do such an idiotic thing? However, Ancestral Kings were practically invincible in this world. Who would be able to keep an Ancestral King in captivity for blood extraction? Everyone thought this was a strange thing, and felt an indescribable curiosity, wanting to grab the seller and interrogate him. Some people had set their eyes on the auction house instead. They only had to exert some pressure, and the auction house would definitely hand over the seller. By then, it could not be helped. This deduction was too astonishing. Actually trading Ancestral King blood for its refinement technique. If it was not that he had an overwhelming amount of Ancestral King blood, who would believe it? Yet Ling Han did not care what the masses were thinking. In any case, he had used his disguised persona to make the deal, and had utter confidence in the heaven-deceiving technique. Furthermore, there would definitely be no Ancestral Kings among those that had come to participate in the auction. Would an Ancestral King still need Ancestral King blood? That was right. There were still differences in quality among Ancestral Kings, but in essence they were extremely similar. Consuming the blood of another Ancestral King would have practically zero benefit. Otherwise, the level of Ancestral Kings would have long descended into chaos. Immediately, a great many people communicated in secret with the auctioneer, wanting to use their own refinement technique to trade for the Ancestral King blood, and the auction house presented the effects of the various refinement techniques to Ling Han so that he could study them and make his choice. Actually, this kind of secret technique was not overly precious, because there was practically no opportunity to refine an Ancestral King's blood. Whether they had it or not would have completely no effects on the destiny of a clan or force. Hence, there were many people willing to make the trade. In the eyes of others, the value of a portion of Ancestral King blood was much higher. Ling Han looked at the introduction of various refinement techniques. They all had obvious pros and cons. For example, a method with a higher conversion rate would need even more celestial medicines, and after conversion the cost was actually not low at all, while for a method with lower expenses, the conversion rate was pitifully low. After a portion of Ancestral King blood was refined, only 1/3 of the original amount would remain. Ling Han thought for a while and then decided to choose the technique with a higher conversion rate. He was more willing to sacrifice more celestial medicines. In any case, he had the wealth. Once he made his choice, that bottle of Ancestral King blood fell into the hands of an elite. That person grabbed the bottle and said smilingly, "Mr. Seller, if you have more Ancestral King blood, you can send me a message. I am staying in the western sector of this town, Royal Horse Inn. I will wait 3 days for you." He did not know who the seller was, so these words were not directed at anyone specific. He was merely talking into empty air. Ling Han acted as if he had not heard. He had already obtained the refinement technique for Ancestral King blood, so how could he possibly still be handing over any more Ancestral King blood to anyone else? "Let me see," Wally said suddenly. Ling Han handed over the jade piece to him. The refinement technique was stored inside. He had already memorized it, and even if Wally did not return the memory crystal to him, he would not be worried either. Wally took it and placed it on his forehead. A while later he said, "According to my deductions, this technique can be further improved, boosting the conversion rate to 97%. Additionally, the ingredients expended could also be decreased by 1/3. Ling Han couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He did not suspect that Wally was lying at all. This guy had not learnt this skill at all. "Then go ahead and get started." Wally nodded and said, "I need 56 hours 39 minutes and 11 seconds. After saying this, he closed his eyes. Flashes of light flickered on his body. He had entered calculation mode. Ling Han waited patiently. Next it would be that refined portion of Ancestral King blood. At first he had wanted to purchase it, but when he thought of the overwhelming amount of Ancestral King blood he already had, it was truly unwise to compete with these people. It was possible that the price would shoot up 10 times or even higher. Then what was the point? He did indeed have a lot of money, but it was not so much that he could spend it wastefully. The competition was intense beyond expectations. Ancestral King blood was really too rare. It was practically equivalent to a Celestial King tier great herb, and its effects were naturally extremely outstanding as well. Thus, this kind of intensity seemed to be logical as well. Wuxia, Sun Feng, You Yuan, and the others were all placing bids loudly, as if what they were bidding were not star stones, but completely ordinary rocks that had no value. But there were a great many people that were even more frenzied than them. Very soon, the group had no choice but to withdraw from the competition dejectedly. "Let us put our money together and then discuss afterwards how we are to split the Ancestral King blood among us," You Yuan immediately said. They began to put their money together, but they had only made 3 bids, and their wealth was already insufficient. At this time they could no longer be concerned about the strife between the angel and demon race, and gathered all their money together. In fact, even Yuan and Qi Shuang took out all their wealth. But it was still insufficient. By now everyone had gone crazy. You Yuan gritted his teeth and suddenly took out a celestial medicine and said, "Add this in as well." This was a small herb that was only half a foot tall. It was completely jade green in color, as if it was forged from jade itself. Upon a closer look, there were veined patterns on the leaves, but the exact details could not be distinguished at all. 9th Lotus Level Celestial Medicine. Qi Shuang immediately exclaimed. "Jade Dragon Herb, right?" You Yuan nodded. "This is what the clan has given me to use when I break through to 9th Lotus, but breaking through to 9th Lotus is only a small matter for me. Instead, it is the 11th leaf that is the true difficulty. If it were not for the sake of breaking through to 11th leaf, he would have broken through to 9th Lotus long ago. That was because he could take this step at any time from the peak stage of the 5th leaf onwards. However, he had great ambitions and naturally could not be satisfied with mere 6th leaf, 7th leaf and the like. Instead, he was determined to attain the 11th leaf. A 9th Lotus level celestial medicine was naturally valuable, and after negotiation the seller also agreed to his offer of using the Jade Dragon herb to cover part of the price. After paying such a great price, this portion of Ancestral King blood finally fell into the hands of You Yuan and his group. It was not just him alone but also included Qi Shuang, Yuan, Sun Feng and the others. All of them had shared the cost. This was the final auction item, and now that it had been auctioned off, the auction naturally ended. However, a great many people were smirking coldly. They would not give up the matter so easily. Instead, they had still set their eyes on the seller of the first portion of Ancestral King blood. They now were going to exert pressure on the auction house so that the latter would reveal the personal information of the seller. Ling Han chuckled and had Wally turned back into a hanging ornament, which he hung on his own robes. Then he simply strode outside. He had already taken the form of the demon race. Who would be able to make a connection between him and that member of the angel race previously? Chapter 23-22 The Passageway Crumbles. After You Yuan and the others had gotten the Ancestral King blood, they naturally exited the auction house at the first possible moment, and left via a transfer formation. Though there were 2 Ninth Lotus elites guarding their group, who knew how many people had set their eyes on the Ancestral King blood. They definitely could not stay too long here. Ling Han returned to the team. Though everyone was slightly curious where he had gone, they definitely could not connect him with the person who had drawn the waters of calamity to them and who was also the seller of the Ancestral King blood. There was only one word for it: how could Ling Han possibly have so much wealth? They arrived outside the transfer formation, and with a flash of light, their figures immediately vanished. Fuck, we are too late. A group of 5 caught up with them and they all had 9th Lotus on their foreheads. Where did those people go? One of them grabbed the guy that managed the transfer formation. They have gone to Mad Cloud City, the guy replied shakily, feeling like his whole body was shaking. Quick, transfer us over to Mad Cloud City as well, another 9th Lotus elite demanded. The guy looked like he was caught in a dilemma. Milords, they have not finished the transfer. If another transfer is started at this moment, it is possible that the spatial passageway will be destroyed, and it is unknown where you will end up. A 9th Lotus elite moved, and directly smashed the guy's head into mush. He looked menacingly at another servant and asked. He was not obedient. What about you? I am obedient. I am obedient. The servant hurriedly started the transfer formation. The transfer formation activated. After a flash of light surged past, the 5 of them immediately vanished. But only after a while, a loud bang rang out. The transfer formation actually exploded, and as the power of space surged out in a wave, this town was practically razed to the ground. And in the spatial passageway, Ling Han and his group felt a sudden tremor. A strong wave suddenly appeared in space, and all of them could not stand firmly, continuously swaying to and fro. Oh no, the spatial passageway is about to explode. We must immediately tear a rip in space and flee. Qi Shuang and Yuan both paled in shock. If space really exploded and the destructive force swept past, there would be no one that would be spared aside from Ancestral Kings at minimum. The 2 Ninth Lotus elites hurriedly exerted their full efforts and tore a hole in space. The whole group hurriedly leapt out. However, what was a spatial passageway? Traveling 3 meters here could possibly correspond to a distance of tens of thousands of km outside, and only in that way would journeying time be saved. Hence, the time that everyone felt outside was also different. As long as there was the slightest bit of difference, where they arrived in the outside world would also be overwhelmingly far apart. Ling Han naturally grabbed Hunyou and the other women. Worst come to worst, he would also draw the 3 women into the Black Tower, but it could not be done with a random spatial god tool. It was extremely possible that it would suddenly shatter, and if a spatial god tool exploded in the void, all the people and items inside would be scattered to who knew where. Shio. One after another, they were thrown out of the spatial passageway, and a boundless distance was between every single one of them. Ha 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 ha. You Yuan suddenly laughed loudly. At present, he was inside a small valley, and it was completely silent. If it was just that, he naturally could not be so excited. However, that bottle of Ancestral King blood was still with him. It was very simple, the price he had paid was highest, so the Ancestral King's blood was passed to him for safekeeping. They had all decided to use the transfer formation to go somewhere else. When they had completely tossed their followers off their tail, they would then decide how this bottle of Ancestral King blood would be split among them and how much each person was entitled. But now, everyone had disappeared, and he naturally had no further need to share the Ancestral King's blood with others. It should be known that when the spatial passageway exploded, anything could be destroyed. Then it would be nothing strange if there was a bottle of Ancestral King blood that was destroyed as well, right? Bah, make sure you don't die, he declared with menacing eyes as he uncorked the bottle without hesitation, and rubbed the Ancestral King blood on himself. He opened all the pores on his body to absorb the energy essence contained within. With a cultivation level like his, he could not directly consume the Ancestral King blood, but rather had to absorb it through his skin. Otherwise, even if it had been refined, it could still easily cause him to explode. He wanted to immediately break through to the 11th leaf. As long as he had taken this step, his battle prowess would soar to the 9th lotus, and killing Ling Han would naturally be an easy matter by then. Once, twice, 3 times. He only had to rub a bit of Ancestral King blood every time. If he rubbed too much, he would firstly not be able to bear it, which would be equivalent to committing suicide, and secondly, the essence inside the Ancestral King blood would disperse rapidly with the passing of time, causing an astronomical waste. He had long since attained 10th leaf's peak stage. Every time he absorbed the Ancestral King's blood, his stores of energy would increase slightly. When there were just a few drops left of the Ancestral King blood, a frightening aura suddenly surged within his body. It was like a wild tsunami wave in the ocean. Ping, 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 wherever the aura passed, all the mountain rocks around him were shattered into bits. Quang, thunderclouds gathered densely in the skies. The heavenly tribulation was here. He took his final step in the Immortal Palace tier, and advanced to the height of 11th secret. As long as he survived the heavenly tribulation, his cultivation level would be comparable to the ascending origin tier. Even if there was an astonishing gap between the 3 minor levels of the ascending origin tier, the battle prowess of a monarch star would still be enough to overwhelm someone who had achieved minor accomplishment in the ascending origin tier. Come. You Yuan laughed madly with his figure shooting into the air, meeting the heavenly tribulation of his own volition. He could no longer hold himself back. After enduring the heavenly calamity, he would set out to find Ling Han, and tear that detestable guy into pieces while taking advantage of this opening when their group had yet to reunite. Not too far away, 5 9th Lotus elites cast their eyes over. Someone is enduring a heavenly tribulation. It can't be that those guys have used the Ancestral King blood, and have now begun to break through, right? Fuck, we have to immediately rush there. These 5 people naturally were those people that had forcefully started the transfer formation and the culprits that had caused the spatial passageway to crumble. They were completely unharmed because they were all at the 9th lotus. Very soon they had gathered once more, and continued to search for the whereabouts of the group from 100 Battles Academy. Their figures darted quickly, and soon arrived at the valley where You Yuan was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. This is a great 9th lotus tribulation. Strange, I clearly have not sensed any qualitative change in spiritual power. Gasp. 8th lotus 11th leaf, all 5 of them exclaimed simultaneously. Only an 8th lotus 11th leaf's battle prowess would directly soar to the 9th lotus in a situation when there was no change to his spiritual power. That's right. You Yuan's figure descended. He had already finished his heavenly tribulation. His eyes swept over them and he asked calmly, there is no way that the spatial passageway would explode for no reason. Was it because of you people? He was a monarch star, and not only did he have astonishingly high natural talent and cultivation, his intelligence and wits were naturally top grade as well. If he had still been a 10th leaf, he naturally could only have fled immediately, but now he had advanced into the 11th leaf, so his cultivation level was comparable to the 9 lotus, and his battle prowess overpowered even peak stage 9th lotus 1st leaf, so he naturally had utter confidence. Hand over the Ancestral King blood, a 9th lotus elite demanded calmly. Isn't this guy that arrogant profligate from the auction house? Someone recognized You Yuan. That's right, it is this guy. The 5 of them were all overjoyed. This guy had obtained who knew how much celestial medicines, and even if they were not as valuable as the Ancestral King blood, it was still enough to make anyone drool. Haha, this is really our gift from the heavens. They dispersed, surrounding You Yuan. A muscle involuntarily twitched in You Yuan's cheek. Who exactly was that bastard that had screwed him over? If he really had gotten so many celestial medicines, he would have conceded, but the crux of the matter was that he was merely an innocent scapegoat for another. He was really too displeased with this. Hand over the celestial medicines and the Ancestral King's blood, the 5 declared coldly, and then we can leave your corpse intact. Chapter 23 Using the Ancestral King blood, consecutive breakthroughs. They would definitely kill You Yuan to keep the secret. Thus, they were already being extraordinarily merciful to be willing to leave him an intact corpse. You Yuan was unafraid. He was a monarch star. As long as their cultivation level was equal, he would be invincible. Just in time. I can test myself on you guys, he declared menacingly. Before he killed Ling Han, he would use these 5 people as a sacrificial offering. How could the spatial passageway have crumbled for no reason? Ling Han, the Empress, and the others also appeared in a small forest. There was a massive spot after an explosion where they landed, and was completely barren. The chaotic stream of spatial energy that had seeped out when they had rushed out had caused such great damage. Was someone sniping us from behind? The Empress asked. Their group had obtained the Ancestral King blood, which would definitely be coveted by others. Then it was not impossible that they would be tailed so someone could make a move on them. That should be it. Ling Han nodded. Then should we now go and meet up with the others? Bewitching Maiden Ro asked. Let's go. They traveled a few days and did not encounter Yuan or Qi Shuang, yet Wally turned back to human form first. I have already finished the modifications, he said as light shot from his eyes, forming a screen in front of him. Immediately, endless scenes flashed past. In his previous studies of the refinement technique for Ancestral King blood, Ling Han had already had a vague grasp, and now seeing Wally's demonstration, he couldn't help but nod repeatedly. With a combination of the two, he had extremely large gains. He did not walk any further and said, I have to study it first. He entered into the Black Tower and comprehended the technique beneath the reincarnation tree. Only a day later, he began the refinement of the Ancestral King's blood. The first time ended in failure. Second time was also a failure. Third time. He failed endlessly. Thankfully, there were many Ancestral King corpses inside the Black Tower. Even if he failed a few hundred times, it would not completely use up his Ancestral King blood supply. After all, he would only take a bit every time. By his 26th attempt, Ling Han finally succeeded. Actually, this was alchemy, using medicinal ingredients to dispel the dominating factors inside the Ancestral King blood so that it could be used by cultivators that had low cultivation levels. In a single stroke, he had refined several hundred portions, and only then did he stop for a rest. I have deduced the refinement technique of Ancestral King blood essence based on this. Only then did Wally speak slowly. He really had extremely good patience, finally saying his next words after such a long time. Give it to me. Ling Han was elated. He had just about used an Ancestral King, but still had no idea how to handle the blood essence. Wally did not have the habit of keeping others hanging. Immediately, he handed the new refinement technique over to Ling Han. Ling Han stayed another several days under the reincarnation tree, and then continued to start refining Ancestral King blood essence. Because he had already gained a certain amount of experience, he had only failed 7 times, and then already refined the Ancestral King blood essence. However, even if it is refined, the energy in the blood essence is too shocking. It can still only be used after advancing into ascending origin tier. Ling Han couldn't help but shake his head, feeling slightly sorry. The effects of blood essence were stronger than ordinary Ancestral King blood essences by who knew how many times, yet he could not use it now. It was truly a pity. Come everyone. Let's not journey first. I have something for you. Ling Han gave a lot to them. He supplied Ancestral King blood just like it was ordinary wine, bottle by bottle. Whoever wanted it just had to directly rub a bottle of it on themselves. The women naturally followed his lead. Since Ling Han said that they should pause their journey, everyone naturally stopped with no worries, and began cultivating with the Ancestral King blood. Our cultivation level is too low. In the 1000 Academy tournament, there should be a great many people whose strength is superior to ours. Hence, what is important now is to increase our cultivation level. Ling Han and the others rubbed the Ancestral King blood on themselves, and then began comprehending Tao beneath the reincarnation tree. An astonishing amount of energy as well as the martial comprehension of an Ancestral King were contained in the Ancestral King blood. After dispelling the murderous and dominating aura inside, it was an extremely precious treasure for a cultivator, comparable to a Celestial King tier great herb. Just how many Celestial King tier great herbs were there? In history, aside from a super great war breaking out between 2 realms, having so many Ancestral Kings die in a single battle would only be that time when Ling Han had killed them with trickery, so his gains were astonishing. Only a month later, Ling Han had reached the peak stage of the 3rd secret. He consumed a 1000-year dream pill, and entered into the time stream, arriving at the place where time ended. He harvested the power of time there to build his fourth secret palace. Then he began to endure the heavenly tribulation. After successfully advancing to the fourth secret, Ling Han did not stop, but rather continued using Ancestral King blood to increase his cultivation level. However, though Ancestral King blood was precious, it could not be used continuously or its effects would diminish, but Ling Han was very wealthy and was not concerned at all. All he wanted was the swift advancement of his cultivation level. Hence he was spending very lavishly. Anyone beneath Celestial King tier would be throwing up blood at this. You were really too wasteful. Yet Ling Han was completely unconcerned. He had lots of Ancestral King corpses, so what was the point of retaining them? Moreover, wouldn't he still have Ancestral King blood essence after advancing to the ascending origin tier? What was the most important now was cultivation level. If you raise your cultivation level so swiftly, your foundations will be unstable, Wally told him truthfully. Ling Han nodded. I know. I will turn around to recultivate my foundations after I have cultivated the 11th secret, and only after I have perfected my foundations will I then break through to the ascending origin tier. Without a sufficient cultivation level, he could only use the divine demon sword to intimidate his enemies. This did not correspond to his Tao heart. Having his own strength was what it meant to be truly strong. The cultivation of the Empress and the others also soared madly. With how valuable the Ancestral King blood was, and how it was spent on them like it was worth nothing now, it would be strange if their cultivation levels did not increase madly. Of course, the fastest was Ling Han. After all, he was the true owner of the Origin Magic Cube, and had once been an overlord of a realm, so his knowledge of regulations surpassed that of everyone else. The Empress and the others had just advanced to the 6th secret, but Ling Han had already rushed to the 5th secret. Furthermore, it was like this speed could not be inhibited at all. Without the slightest pause, it instead became even faster. When Ling Han advanced to the 5th secret, he had also cultivated the greatest eternity immortal physique, which allowed him to turn himself into the flow of time. It not only could be used in battle but could also help Ling Han truly grasp the secrets of time, and he would be able to speed up his own time, as if he had entered into a time cultivation chamber, and greatly increase the speed of his cultivation. The 6th secret, 7th secret, 8th secret, 9th secret, 10th secret. Ling Han's rate of cultivation was shockingly fast. It could not be helped. Who asked him to possess the Ancestral King blood, the Origin Magic Cube, and the Reincarnation Tree? In just a mere 50 years, he had already soared from the 3rd secret all the way to the 10th secret. No one would be able to believe this if he told them. The Empress and Hunyo had also attained this cultivation level, but none of them had been able to advance into the 11th secret. This would need too much accumulation of energy, and even if they possessed Ancestral King blood, they would still be unable to make the leap in a single step. As for bewitching Maiden Ro, she stopped at the 6th secret. Her potential could only allow her to go so far, and being able to reach the 6th secret was already extremely remarkable. Looks like we will not be able to break through for the moment. Let us find and meet up with the others first. They set out. Of course, they headed to a city nearby. If they still could not find Qi Shuang or Yuan, they would have to go to the Four Splendor Academy by themselves. In any case, there was still around 40 years of time left, and they would not miss out on this great event. They were in a mountainous area, and had only found a mountain village after traveling for a good few days. Upon inquiry, they found out that they had completely gone against their original goal. The nearest city was in the opposite direction. After making some adjustments, they set out once more on their journey. Bah, I finally found you. A cold voice rang out. It was You Yuan. Chapter 23-24 Fierce Battle with You Yuan. The present You Yuan did not have the calm and dashing appearance he had previously had, but rather looked more like a refugee. His clothes were torn and ripped, and if it was not for the fact that he had an astonishing aura, Ling Han would really think that someone had impersonated him. Ling Han chuckled. What is it, my obedient son? Fallen to the streets and compelled to sell yourself? You are still speaking cheekily now, but it is not the slightest bit beneficial to you, You Yuan said menacingly. He had been evading the pursuit of those 5 Ninth Lotus elites all these years, but the reason why a Monarch Star was naturally because he had steadfast determination and willpower. Thus, not only did this kind of pursuit not drive him to despair, it instead caused his fighting spirits to soar even higher. He was sure that he would be able to perfect his cultivation of the 8th lotus not too long afterwards, and then advance into 9th lotus. Those 5 people were only grinding stones that made him stronger. Of course, he was actually also very depressed, having become the scapegoat for someone else for no reason. He released his own aura, and the might of the 11th leaf surged out, as if he was a divine overlord. Ling Han was surprised and said, "I had not thought that you would have actually advanced into the 11th leaf. No wonder you became so confident all of a sudden. Oh, you were the one who had used that bottle of Ancestral King blood?" You Yuan's expression changed slightly as Ling Han had hit the nail on the head. "Something that is everyone's property has instead been used by you alone. You are a truly selfish person," Ling Han stated calmly. "What do you know?" You Yuan scoffed. "I am a Monarch star, and only if it is used on me would the Ancestral King blood be the most effective. Otherwise, given to others, it would just be a waste. Whether it would be a waste or not is the business of others. You took someone else's property and still act so shameless. Hee, I look down on you." Ling Han wagged a finger at him. You Yuan was extremely furious. His initial intentions had been to play around with Ling Han, and only kill the latter when he was satisfied, but this guy seemed to have no brains at all, actually daring to talk back to him even at this moment. "You are courting death." You Yuan moved aggressively. Boom, a frig-thinning aura surged out. This was a 9th lotus level super elite. Whether in the celestial realm or the foreign realm, ascending origin tiers could be considered elites, and could gain a place even in the 9th heaven celestial king tier forces. At present, You Yuan possessed 9th lotus level battle prowess. When he moved, winds and clouds changed and even the heavens paled in color. Ling Han released a battle cry, clenching a fist to greet the oncoming attack. Utter recklessness. You Yuan smirked coldly. The other party actually still dared to face him head-on. His brain had to be damaged. In this exchange, Ling Han was instantly sent flying back, but his figure immediately bent and he already landed. He stood steadily, and aside from the fact that his face was slightly flushed, there was absolutely nothing off in his appearance. Who asked him to have gotten countless celestial medicines? Added with the refinement of Ancestral King blood, he had pushed the indestructible heaven scroll to a level that corresponded to his cultivation level, which was enough to bear ascending origin tier attacks. You Yuan's eyes involuntarily bulged madly as he was completely incapable of believing what he had just seen. "You have actually reached the 10th leaf," he practically shouted out. "Are you even human?" You Yuan had used a whole million years, and even then he had just raised his cultivation level from the 4th leaf to 10th leaf, and this was with the Academy sparing no expense, and supplying him with innumerable cultivation resources. But in Ling Han's case, it was just a mere 50 years and he had actually become a 10th leaf. This was something that You Yuan could not believe. Even if Ling Han had used the highest grade of time cultivation chamber, it would already have been inconceivable enough if this little bit of time had been enough for him to increase his cultivation level by 1 or 2 leaves. Unless there was an Ancestral King that damaged his own cultivation level, sparing no expense to help him. But what Ancestral King would be so stupid to damage his own cultivation level just to help an 8th lotus increase his cultivation level by that 1 or 2 leaves? Never expected it, right? Ling Han chuckled. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You Yuan roared loudly. This was unacceptable and could not be accepted. Ling Han sighed. Even trash like you has advanced to the 11th leaf, yet I am only a 10th leaf. The heavens are really unfair. Hearing his grumbling complaints, You Yuan was even more outraged. He had already been a 10th leaf in the first place, all right? He had just improved by a minor level, and in comparison Ling Han's increase in cultivation level was practically an explosion. Just how have you managed to improve? He calmed down, wanting to know Ling Han's secret. What business is it of yours? Ling Han scoffed. Unless he had absolute confidence that he could kill the other party, how could he possibly reveal his own secrets to You Yuan? You Yuan took a deep breath. It's fine even if you don't speak now. When I capture you and search your soul, there is no way that your secrets will be hidden from me any longer. Though he was only a minor level superior to Ling Han, the gap between the 10th leaf and 11th leaf was a leap in quality. Why had he been stuck on this stage for so many years? That was because after he took this step, his battle prowess directly soared to 9th lotus. Otherwise, an 8th lotus would ultimately just be 8th lotus. Hence, he had absolute confidence. Ling Han drew the women into the Black Tower. You Yuan was a strong foe, and Ling Han could not guarantee that he would still be able to protect the women completely in an intense battle with the other man. What reason was there for him to stay on guard constantly? Come, I'll play with you. Ling Han crooked a finger at You Yuan. Recklessness. You Yuan moved. Boom, 9th Lotus level battle prowess surged and he was like a great demon god. Ling Han didn't dodge and met the attack, choosing to confront You Yuan directly. Boom, boom, boom. You Yuan naturally was stronger. The leap from the 10th leaf to 11th leaf was really too great, and even though Ling Han had assimilated the regulations of 2 realms, and his battle prowess in a battle of equals had already surpassed the level of a Monarch star, it was still useless. It could not compensate for this massive gap. Thankfully, his physique was tough enough, his defenses having reached a frightening level. He had just spat a little blood even after being continuously blasted backwards by You Yuan. You Yuan was also speechless, but he was even more curious about Ling Han's secret now. If he could grasp all of Ling Han's strong points, then he would definitely be able to become the strongest Monarch star. He laughed loudly, his offensive becoming more rapid. Ling Han also attacked with his full efforts. His cultivation level had improved too quickly, so it was inevitable that he would have the weakness of unstable foundations, but battling this kind of elite in a life-or-death battle would undoubtedly increase his real battle prowess to a great extent. It was only in real battle that his grasp of regulations could be rapidly increased. I say, why is your wing still not recovered? Ling Han pointed at You Yuan's wing. Previously, he had sliced it off, and though it had now grown back out again, it was only the pitifully small size of a chicken's wing. It's not enough for me to eat. He pretended to feel sorry. You Yuan exploded in fury. Ling Han's strength was freakish and his defenses were freakish, but all this could not compare to his mouth. It was practically capable of causing someone to die from pure fury. I will kill you. Kill you. You Yuan roared furiously, striking even quicker. If he could not kill Ling Han with his own hands, he would definitely be unable to vent his fury. In his utter rage, his battle prowess did indeed soar greatly, and even if Ling Han had a tough physique, he was still completely bruised and battered. Ling Han fought intensely. His fighting spirit was also blazing madly, and he was using You Yuan's hand to temper himself. That's about it. After the two battled for 10 days, Ling Han revealed a mad grin and took out a bottle. It's useless even if you consume celestial medicines. You Yuan declared menacingly. The toughness of Ling Han's physique was definitely not inexhaustible. Under You Yuan's mad barrage of attacks, it had already reached its limits. He only had to put in some more effort and he would definitively be able to punch through it. Ling Han uncorked the bottle and poured crimson red blood on himself. Ancestral King's blood. You Yuan's eyes immediately widened. Chapter 23-25 Run. You Yuan was naturally stunned. He had already emptied all his pockets and had just obtained a portion of Ancestral King blood, yet Ling Han actually could produce another portion as well. If it was not for the fact that Ling Han's bottle was really too full, he would suspect that Ling Han had used some kind of trick to steal that bottle inside his spatial god tool. Otherwise, how else would the latter have obtained a bottle of Ancestral King blood? No. He shuddered. With the pouring of this Ancestral King blood, aura soared from Ling Han's entire person like a smoke signal, surging skywards and turning into various forms and seals. This image was too astonishing. It was like an Ancestral King was about to manifest from the blood. This was Ancestral King blood essence. You Yuan exclaimed in shock, feeling his heart throb wildly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ling Han smiled slightly. Good insight. You Yuan couldn't help but feel bitter and hateful. Ancestral King blood essence was too precious, and could have extraordinary effects even on a 9th lotus. That was blood essence, and even an Ancestral King himself did not have much. It was equivalent to the very most valuable part of a celestial medicine. He glared harshly at Ling Han. As he saw it, Ling Han had already fallen into his hands, so everything that Ling Han had actually belonged to him. In other words, Ling Han had used the Ancestral King blood essence that belonged to You Yuan. Damn it 10,000 times over. Even for a Monarch star like himself, every step further in the 9th lotus could not be accomplished without several 100 million years, or even several billion years, and if there was a bottle of Ancestral King blood essence, that could completely cut down that time by half or even more. So how could he not feel terrible? You are truly worrying unnecessarily. Ling Han shook his head, and with a casual wave of his hand, a great many bottles appeared on the ground. He uncorked them one after another and then stowed them back into the black tower one by one. You Yuan's expression had already turned from shock to complete numbness because these many bottles all contained Ancestral King blood, and there were even 2 bottles of blood essence. When Ling Han stowed all the bottles back into the black tower, You Yuan's eyes had become extremely heated. There were actually still another 2 bottles of Ancestral King blood essence. It was all his. Bah, I have to offer my thanks for gifting me such great fortune, You Yuan said arrogantly. Sigh, though you very sincerely called me father, I still have to leave all these things for my real son. I have no interest in someone like you, Ling Han said smilingly, mocking You Yuan again without the slightest bit of concern. You Yuan's eyes were cold. Winning a battle of words will not help you in the slightest. Bite me? Ling Han smiled. I'll kill you. You Yuan moved. He could not wait to kill Ling Han, and snatch all the treasures the latter possessed. Even without the Ancestral King blood essence, merely that large amount of Ancestral King blood was enough to drive him to madness. This time Ling Han did not fight head-on, but rather evaded with a movement technique. He was absorbing the energy in the Ancestral King blood essence. When breaking through in a short while, Ancestral King blood was no longer capable of helping him much, because the Ancestral King blood he had refined was really too copious, so his body had developed a very strong immunity to it. But with how violent the Ancestral King blood essence was, only an ascending origin tier could absorb it. Though he was freakish, he was only a 10th secret after all. Under the barrage of the Ancestral King blood essence, the physique that he had taken pride in could not withstand a single blow at all. His skin crackled, revealing bright red flesh, and then dropped piece after piece, revealing the eerie white bones within. Ah! Ling Han roared. Though his body was cracking, he still felt an overbearing energy growing inside his body, and it was rapidly raising his cultivation level. It was as if he had gone mad. His other hand held the origin magic cube, extracting the power of regulation from within, and increasing his cultivation level. You were the one who had auctioned off the first portion of Ancestral King blood, You Yuan suddenly said. No wonder you wanted to trade for the refinement technique of Ancestral King blood. Ah, all this is just paving the way for me. You have really overestimated yourself. You are but a mere 10th leaf, yet dare to refine the Ancestral King blood essence. I do not have to move at all, and you will be crushed by the power of the Ancestral King. He stopped. The Ancestral King blood essence on Ling Han released a majestic light, turning into swords, sabers, axes, spears and other weapons. Every weapon was covered with frightening seals. He did not dare to attack at all, or he would only be committing suicide. This was equivalent to an Ancestral King unleashing his might. Even if he was a Monarch star, so what? Without having stepped onto this cultivation level, he was completely unqualified to be a match for one. Ling Han bared his mouth in a grin. His whole body was bathed in blood, bones to be seen everywhere, looking terrifying and distorted, yet his fighting spirit was still soaring. He dared to do this because his physique had already reached ascending origin tier and level. Otherwise, how would he have been able to hold up to the previous mad barrage of attacks from You Yuan? This was the basis for his confidence in refining the Ancestral King blood essence. He liked taking risks, but all the risks he took were because either he had enough confidence, or he had an alternative plan. Energy poured like an ocean into his body, and Ling Han howled in fury, feeling like he was about to explode, yet all the blood and flesh in his body had already been shed completely, and only a skeleton was left behind. He wanted to drain this power. He charged out, clenching his fist and shot a punch at You Yuan. You Yuan paled in shock and did not dare take it head-on at all. He hurriedly bounced back in evasion. He was not afraid of Ling Han's battle prowess, but the present Ling Han was covered completely in Ancestral King blood essence, and it had been completely unleashed. That ferocity was like an Ancestral King had boosted Ling Han with a technique. Whoever unwisely attacked him would only be crushing himself to dust. This guy was too despicable. He had clearly committed suicide, yet wanted to drag him into it as well. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "If you are so awesome, don't run. Come, fight me, your father, for 300 exchanges." He communicated these words through divine sense. You Yuan responded with a sneer. "You want to die, but I have no interest in accompanying you in your madness." The two of them battled again, but this actually could only be called a chase. Ling Han was pursuing while You Yuan was running. He did not dare to confront his opponent at all. However, Ling Han had grasped both the regulations of time and space. If You Yuan merely focused on evasion, it would be very disadvantageous to him. Ultimately, there would be 1 or 2 times that he would be hit, causing him to be covered with injuries. If it were not for the fact that he was an 11th leaf and truly had strong battle prowess, he would have long since been caught up with by Ling Han and killed. Though Ling Han was in incredible pain, his cultivation level was soaring madly, and the aura that radiated from him was also becoming more and more frightening, as if he was a primitive demon god that was about to awaken. You Yuan had initially been waiting patiently for Ling Han to commit suicide, but the more he waited, the more anxious he became. Strange, why had this person not turned into bits of blood yet? With how terrifying the Ancestral King blood essence was, if one could not bear it, they would be crushed to death without need to wait for too long. Yet though Ling Han made for an extremely terrible sight, his aura was madly soaring, looking like it was about to spike up to the 11th leaf. What kind of monster was this guy? Having been able to withstand the barrage of the Ancestral King blood essence, he still managed to break through in the midst of battle? Though You Yuan was extraordinarily self-confident, he definitely would not do something so mad. For an 8th Lotus to use Ancestral King blood essence and in battle at that? What else could this be but suicidal? Yet against all odds, Ling Han had survived. Boom! Right at this moment, dark clouds spread out in the skies, lightning flashing in their depths. The corners of You Yuan's mouth twitched. He was already rendered completely speechless. Ling Han had really performed a miracle that others wouldn't even dare to think about, and was about to break through to the 11th leaf. You Yuan had never felt fear, but now his legs were shaking as he felt an indescribable chill. How could there exist such a monster? How could it be? Ling Han laughed loudly and rushed up into the skies, leaving You Yuan behind. He wanted to first go through the heavenly tribulation. You Yuan only hesitated slightly before immediately turning around and running. Chapter 23-26 It's you. You Yuan's first reaction was to run. It was very simple. The present Ling Han was already so terrifying, so just what kind of frightening extent would his strength reach after he survived the heavenly tribulation? If You Yuan did not flee now, he would just be waiting for death. However, this was very humiliating. He did not dare to accept even a battle of equals. Was this how a monarch star should act? But in the face of extremely realistic facts, You Yuan had still chosen to wisely save himself. If he stayed stubborn, it would just be suicide. Where there was life, there was hope. Run. His speed was swift, with him running as fast as lightning. A bolt of lightning struck down, forcefully blocking the course of his path. No, this was not a bolt of lightning but rather a person. It was just that this person was entirely wrapped in lightning. Ling Han was bathing in the lightning crackling and dancing wildly. His hair fluttered in waves like he was a demon god. He asked calmly, "My good son, where are you planning to go?" You Yuan humphed coldly. "Could it be that you want to stop me? Be cautious about the merciless heavenly tribulation so that you don't get killed by it." After advancing into the 11th leaf, he had gained 9th Lotus level battle prowess. This was heaven-defying. Thus, he would also be targeted by the heaven and earth, which would drop a terrifying great tribulation of lightning to get rid of this kind of heaven-defying criminal. Ling Han actually dared to ignore the heavenly tribulation and wanted to snipe You Yuan. Wasn't that just committing suicide? "It is not an easy matter to take my life," Ling Han said smilingly. "However, your life will be ended here today." He had exposed his secret of possessing Ancestral King blood essence, so it was natural that there was no possible way he would allow You Yuan to continue living. "You had better solve your own problems first. If you still haven't died after the heavenly tribulation, I will make up for it with another strike." You Yuan's figure retreated rapidly. To say nothing of the fact that Ling Han's battle prowess could possibly increase explosively at any movement, even if the former was inferior to You Yuan's, You Yuan would not dare move to attack the other man either, because Ling Han was presently undergoing a heavenly tribulation, so that would be equivalent to getting his own fingers burnt. This heavenly tribulation was very frightening. Ling Han had already used the indestructible true fluid to heal his body once, but beneath the lightning he soon became battered and smashed again. On the surface he was just a skeleton with bits of flesh hanging here and there. He could not look any worse. It could not be helped. The power of lightning was too violent, and even with his physique he was just barely holding up to it. However, Understanding and enlightenment rose up in Ling Han's heart. The indestructible heaven scroll still had room for improvement. At present, he naturally could not compare to a heavenly venerate in terms of power of creation, but the karmic life heavenly venerable also had his own limitations because he had never left the celestial realm, and had only grasped the regulations of the celestial realm, and if it was a Genesis world, the regulations were actually even more abundant and complete. Ling Han had assimilated the regulations of 2 realms, and also possessed the origin magic cube. Merely in terms of height of regulations, he was actually slightly superior to the karmic life heavenly venerable. This was just like how Wally definitely could not compare to a heavenly venerate in battle prowess, but in terms of theoretical knowledge he might be able to defeat all other heavenly venerates. Boom, a bolt of lightning descended. Because Ling Han was in deep thought, it landed solidly down on him. This bolt of lightning was extremely frightening, having turned into a massive fist. Once it landed, Ling Han immediately disappeared from sight, forcefully smashed into the ground. You Yuan saw this and took the opportunity to turn around and run. This was his only chance of survival, or even an opportunity to turn the tables around. It should be no problem for Ling Han to survive the heavenly tribulation, but he would definitely be covered with wounds and injured severely. Then You Yuan would only need to charge back and Ling Han would still be dying in his hands. Hence he wanted to run. Pride and honor and all the rest could be set aside. History had always been written by the victors. As long as You Yuan lived and Ling Han died, then the former would be the ultimate victor, and Ling Han would become a stepping stone on his path to greater strength. No one would remember that there had once existed such a person. Pum. Ling Han charged out of the ground. He used the fists of fury to parry the heavenly tribulation, using his extremely tiny body to face the latter head-on, yet could forcefully bear up to the might of the tribulation. My good son, don't run so fast. He used void space and stopped You Yuan in an instant, his eyes cold. You Yuan did not reply at all. His figure turned swiftly. His present goal was very simple, and that was to buy time. Ling Han chuckled, and the greatest eternity immortal physique took effect. Time passed, and eternity seemed to fly by in just a snap of his fingers. You Yuan discovered that everything around him had sped up, and was astonishingly fast at that. The falling leaves seemed to be descending like stars falling, and the ants crawled as fast as lightning, which was incredibly bizarre. His heart immediately jolted, and understanding dawned on him. It was not that everything had become fast, but rather he himself had slowed. Ling Han had slowed the passing of time for him. This guy was too terrifying, wasn't he? The regulations that he displayed consisted of as many as 3, including lightning, time, and space, and added with the regulation of darkness, that would be 4 different types of regulations. It was not shocking that he had grasped 4 kinds of regulations. What was shocking was the regulations of time and space could both be considered the highest tier, and even a monarch star like You Yuan would find it extraordinarily difficult to comprehend them, and could only do so with the air of celestial medicines. However, time element celestial medicines were incredibly precious, and it was unknown how much would have to be used to cultivate to the height of 8th lotus. Why was it that only ancestral kings could cultivate various regulations extensively? Very simple, because only when one had reached the height of Ancestral King would he be able to easily harvest celestial medicines. You Yuan roared in fury, and the regulations of light burst from his body, being pushed to the strongest level. Boom, the time flow on him finally returned to normal. Xiao, his figure immediately sped up, leaving Ling Han far behind. Ling Han spread out his fingers and grasped down at You Yuan again. His move turned into a giant cage that descended on You Yuan. To say nothing of taking it head-on, You Yuan did not even dare to parry, because if he actively moved to attack Ling Han, that would be equivalent to interfering in the heavenly tribulation. In that case, a frightening bolt of lightning would immediately strike down on him, dragging him in as well. In fact, the might would even surpass Ling Han's own heavenly tribulation. It could not be helped. Who asked you to interfere in the heavenly tribulation? You Yuan gritted his teeth, and his potential exploded, speeding up his body to the limits. He darted out before the cage descended fully on him. This was very exhausting, yet allowed him to successfully escape this crisis. My dear son, when will you stop evading? Ling Han asked smilingly. If anyone from the 100 Battles Academy saw how pathetic You Yuan was now, who knew what kind of expressions they would have? You Yuan did not answer. His determination did not waver. Once the heavenly tribulation ended, that would be the moment that he would blow the horns to begin his counterattack. The two of them thus proceeded like this, one fleeing and the other pursuing, with time sweeping past swiftly. A day passed very quickly, and the heavenly tribulation was also close to its end, but the degree of its fearfulness was growing by leaps and bounds. The stronger the existence, the more he was not recognized by the heaven and earth, which would drop a punishment of lightning to erase him. Especially in the case of the last 3 bolts, every bolt of lightning turned into a massive seal, bearing an air of eternity and age, which was extremely frightening. Ling Han held up to it, but cracks had appeared on all his bones, and his whole person seemed like it would fall apart at the slightest breeze. You Yuan's eyes lit up, and he suddenly charged back from the distance. This was the time. Die. He drew out a divine sword of light. Wielder and sword merged as one, shooting out at Ling Han, and wanting to deliver a fatal strike on him. Pa! Ling Han stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword's blade. Visibly, his blood and flesh were presently regrowing at an astonishing rate. It was really just the blink of an eye, and he had recovered his original appearance. His true original appearance. Why you are the trash from that super low-level dimension. You Yuan inhaled sharply. Ling Han's name was very famous in the foreign realm. In a single battle, he had killed over 100 ancestral kings through trickery, resulting in the interference of a heavenly Venerate, yet he had actually still managed to flee. Now the whole world was hunting him down. You Yuan had never thought that Ling Han would actually be standing in front of him. Chapter 23-27 Kill Him. You Yuan finally understood why Ling Han possessed so much ancestral king blood. He had tricked and killed 100 or so ancestral kings at once, so it was only natural that he possessed a huge amount of ancestral king blood. He didn't know why Ling Han had chosen to flee into the foreign realm, but he knew just how terrifying this person was. The latter had managed to kill countless ancestral kings, so what could a measly cultivator at the 11th leaf of the 8th lotus like him do? Ling Han smiled faintly. With a thought, he immediately reverted to his form as a demon. Even his aura was transformed. He had consumed another drop of indestructible true fluid. Even though he couldn't return to his peak state in a flash, he could definitely unleash his full power for a short while. You Yuan gritted his teeth. He knew that Ling Han would definitely kill him to silence him. Thus, his only option was to fight as if his life depended on it. He rid himself of all other thoughts. Moreover, he indeed had a chance. After all, the heavenly tribulation that Ling Han had faced just then was for the 9th lotus. That was nowhere near powerful enough to kill ancestral kings. Boom. You Yuan combusted his blood essence. Like a pond that had been exhausted of water, his unwounded wing instantly shriveled and shrank. However, his aura rose explosively, and his already scorchingly bright eyes became explosively intense. He was truly going to fight with his life. This was a monarch star who was willing to combust his blood essence, suffer a fall in cultivation level, and even sustain irreparable wounds. The battle prowess that he obtained as a result would naturally be astounding. My chicken wing. Ling Han exclaimed in disappointment. Die. You Yuan roared. His golden hair billowed, transforming into countless arrows that contained the regulation of slaughter as they shot toward Ling Han. This was his most powerful attack. If he were on the receiving end of such an attack, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge it, especially at such close range. His only option would be to await death. Or perhaps he could charge forward and attempt to bring his opponent down with him. Puh. His attack hit its target with all of the golden arrows slamming into Ling Han. You Yuan was delighted. Ling Han was truly far too arrogant. He surprisingly didn't dodge, allowing all of the arrows to hit him. Even though You Yuan had paid an enormous price, with his cultivation level possibly falling continuously for the next few years, this would be worth it as long as he could defeat Ling Han. It would bring him boundless pride and glory. After all, this was someone who had killed more than 100 ancestral kings. Moreover, Ling Han possessed countless treasures. If he obtained these, not only could he accelerate his cultivation, perhaps he could even obtain the chance to become a heavenly Venerate. Right at this moment, Ling Han's jeering voice suddenly traveled into his ears. Why are you so delighted? Your smile is almost stretching to your ears. What? You Yuan's jaw fell in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Ling Han had clearly been hit by his arrows, destructive arrows that were brimming with regulation of slaughter. Such an attack should have killed him in an instant, yet he could still speak? Moreover, not only was he speaking but even his voice was calm and composed. It was as if he were completely unaffected. Perhaps there's someone at the same cultivation level who can defeat and kill me. However, that person definitely isn't a piece of trash such as you, Ling Han said in an apathetic voice. Looking over, it was as if his body had transformed into an intangible volume of space. Even though the arrows had struck him, they had failed to cause any damage. You Yuan involuntarily gulped. Despair spread across his face. His opponent had a far superior grasp of regulations. In fact, You Yuan hadn't even realized that his attacks had failed to land. The gulf between them was indescribably large. Don't feel so smug. We're brimming with prodigies here, so what does it matter that you've defeated me now? One day you'll die at the hands of a prodigy from this realm. In the not-so-distant future, the elites from this realm will also charge into the celestial realm and massacre everyone there. You Yuan was roaring with crazed laughter. He showed no signs of begging for his life. I'll prevent the arrival of this day. However, it's a shame that you won't live long enough to see it. Ling Han threw a punch, striking You Yuan's face. The Monarch star from the 100 Battles Academy instantly exploded into a cloud of blood and flesh. With a grab, You Yuan's spatial god tool landed in Ling Han's hand. Hand that over. There was a cold humph, and a man from the demon race had already shot over from the distance. His eyes were fixed on the spatial god tool in Ling Han's hand. Shio 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 shio. Another 4 people dashed over, with not even half a second separating their arrivals. Ling Han pondered for a moment before saying, "Oh, so it was you 5 who caused the collapse of the spatial passageway? Moreover, it was also you people who were hunting You Yuan, causing him to suffer greatly? Since you already know, why don't you hurry up and obediently hand over that item? Perhaps we can leave you with a full corpse," one person said. The 5 people were all at the 3rd leaf of the 9th lotus. Thus, any one of them could easily suppress Ling Han. There were only 3 minor levels in the ascending origin tier: small accomplishment, great accomplishment, and consummate level. The gulf between each minor level was significant, and the notion that king tiers were invincible at the same cultivation level and that emperor tiers could challenge those 1 tier above them was no longer relevant. King tiers and emperor tiers were indeed stronger than ordinary cultivators at the same cultivation level. However, even monarch tiers would be unable to suppress those a tier above them. Instead, they could only remain invincible at the same cultivation level. Only monarch stars could challenge those a tier above them. Thus, any one of the 5 people at the 3rd leaf of the 9th lotus could easily suppress Ling Han, who was only at the 8th lotus. He couldn't do sh*t no matter how freakish he was. Ling Han shrugged and said, "I'm going to die anyway, so why don't I take a gamble?" "In that case, your death will be torturous beyond imagination," a single-horned demon said. This was a weird group of people. 3 of them were demons and 2 of them were angels. In normal situations they would be loath to even stand next to each other. Ling Han chuckled and said, "You people couldn't even capture You Yuan, yet I managed to kill him. That being the case, is your attempt to kill me anything but a wild dream? Different people have different strengths. A superior battle prowess doesn't imply superior speed," one of the angels said. One of his wings was larger than the other, and they were more so covered in a lifeless gray color. "You mean, I'm not fast enough?" Ling Han mused. "Enough nonsense. Capture him," the single-horned demon said. He reached over to grab at Ling Han. With a flash, Ling Han instantly summoned tens of thousands of illusions. The single-horned demon lashed out with his palm, causing the illusions to shatter one after another. However, the 5 elites all furrowed their brows as they looked into the distance. Almost 2 kilometers away from them, Ling Han was standing completely unscathed. He even waved at them, saying, "That's enough playing for today. Goodbye." These people were all at the 3rd leaf of the 9th lotus, and Ling Han was aware that he was certainly no match for them. Even though he had also advanced to the 9th lotus, facing off against them would still be an uphill battle. To say nothing of battling against all 5 of them, simply rivaling one of them would already be a huge feat. "Regulations of space," the 5 elites exclaimed. Frustration washed over their faces. The other monarch star had already been troublesome enough, evading capture for over 50 years. However, this person was even more troublesome. He could actually wield the regulations of space. This caused them to feel a sense of despair. How in the world could they capture him? Unless the gulf between their cultivation level was immense, capturing Ling Han would be simply impossible. However, those at the 11th leaf of the 8th lotus were powerful enough to rival those at the first leaf of the 9th lotus. In other words, their major tier was essentially identical. Thus, their attempts to capture Ling Han were destined to be futile. In terms of the ability to flee alone, the regulations of space were, in fact, even more impressive than the regulations of time. Chapter 23-28, Huai Jian. Ling Han fled, and the 5 elites resolutely abandoned their pursuit. After all, it would be impossible to catch him. What did it matter that they didn't want to give up? They couldn't catch up to Ling Han at all, so attempting to pursue him would simply be a waste of energy. Ling Han roared, and his voice rumbled across the sky like thunder. This time he had not only recovered his cultivation, but he had even advanced to the 11th secret. He could almost advance to the ascending origin tier. This was naturally delightful news. Several days later he arrived at the nearest city. Sure enough, he was able to make contact with You Yuan and the others. They had been waiting in this city since long ago, and they would venture out to search for the others every once in a while. Up until now, Ling Han, You Yuan, and 3 other people still hadn't returned yet. This was half of their group, so they naturally couldn't leave. They grew increasingly anxious as the days passed by. Upon seeing Ling Han and the 3 other people return, they were naturally beside themselves with delight. Because Ling Han and the others all practiced the heaven-deceiving technique, and because none of them actively revealed their cultivation level, no one discovered their explosive rise in cultivation. If they knew about this, they would most likely be reminded of the Ancestral King's blood. Otherwise, how could their cultivation levels have risen by so much in a mere 5 years? In any case, could a vial of Ancestral King blood help so many people achieve such a huge rise in cultivation level? They naturally wouldn't consider this. You Yuan won't be returning, Ling Han said with a shake of his head. I personally witnessed him being killed by 5 elites at the 3rd leaf of the 9th lotus. If I hadn't been quick enough and if I hadn't fled in time, perhaps I would have been killed too. What? Qi Shuang and the others exclaimed in shock. Just who was You Yuan? Even though he didn't have an Ancestral King or Heavenly Venerate as his master or father, his incredible talent as a Monarch star had already attracted the attention of an 18th Lotus Ancestral King. This Ancestral King would take him as a disciple after You Yuan advanced to the 9th Lotus. Now, however, the latter had suddenly been killed. How were they going to report this? Who was so audacious? They actually dared to kill a Monarch star. Qi Shuang roared in fury. His wings shook violently, triggering devastating gusts of wind. Monarch stars were the future of a realm. At the very least they could become 18th Lotus elites. Thus, the death of such a prodigy was a huge blow. Those 5 people are very likely the same people who triggered the collapse of the spatial passageway, Ling Han said. Tapping the air, he summoned his memory of these 5 people's appearance, including the scene of them pursuing him. He had already prepared this well beforehand. As expected, it's them. Yuan spat as he snapped his pincers. He had returned to investigate the situation once, and even though the small town with the transfer formation had indeed been destroyed, those powerful enough had still managed to survive. However, recalling the events of that day, it was indeed the 5 people shown in Ling Han's memories who had caused that disaster. As it turned out, they were even crazy enough to target a Monarch star, someone who represented the future of the realm. Even though Ling Han was using these 5 people to cover up his crime, he didn't feel like he was wronging them at all. After all, they had indeed wanted to kill You Yuan. It was just that they had failed to succeed. When we arrive at the 4 Splendor Academy, we have to report this to the Ancestral Kings. We have to hunt these 5 people no matter where they flee, Qi Shuang said with killing intent. They actually dared to kill a Monarch star. They've trampled the bottom line of the Ancestral Kings. How vile and detestable. Yuan spat. He was also brimming with killing intent. Even Wuxia and the others were enraged. This wasn't because they had a good relationship with You Yuan, but rather because You Yuan was still in possession of some Ancestral King blood. Since he had died at the hands of other people, this Ancestral King blood had been naturally lost as well. This was the cause of their anger. They had also sacrificed everything for this Ancestral King blood, okay. After composing himself, Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Let's continue." You Yuan was already dead. This fact couldn't be changed no matter what they did. If anything was to blame, they could only blame him for being in possession of something valuable after having obtained some ancestral king blood. Moreover, those 5 people were also audacious to the extreme, actually daring to hunt and even kill a disciple of the 100 Battles Academy. Moreover, the latter was a monarch star. Their actions would greatly affect the overall strength of the realm. One had to realize that each monarch star had the potential to become a heavenly venerate, although the chances of this happening were pitifully slim. They continued their journey, using transfer formations to traverse the mountains and waters. After 15 years of travel, they finally arrived at the 4 Splendor Academy. There were still 20 years until the 1000 Academy tournament began. However, over 700 academies had already arrived, with many more arriving every few days. By the looks of it, everyone would arrive 10 years before the tournament began. This was indeed a grand event. Brilliant monarch tiers could be seen everywhere in the 4 Splendor Academy, and it was as if they were as abundant as cabbage. One could see dozens of them with a single glance. Ling Han kept an especially low profile, and he dutifully cultivated with Hunyao and the others. However, even though the Empress and Hunyao had already reached the peak stage of the 10th secret, they still didn't dare to use the Ancestral King blood. This was because their respective physique wasn't as powerful as Ling Han's. As such, they needed to be extremely careful and conservative. In reality, Ling Han's rocket-like speed of cultivation also came with significant side effects. Right now, he needed to continuously strengthen his foundation. Otherwise, once he advanced to the ascending origin tier, not being able to progress any further would be the least of his worries. At that time, he might even lose his life. Thus, Ling Han definitely wouldn't advance to the ascending origin tier before resolving the side effects of advancing too fast. Anyhow, the 4 Splendor Academy had naturally prepared accommodations for everyone who arrived. Generally speaking, there was little interaction between people as they were all preparing to show their wares during the tournament. Moreover, such large tournaments would naturally lead to all kinds of gambles. Sure enough, several gambling houses started to publish odds for the tournament, with some allowing bets for which academy placed first, and others accepting bets for which Prodigy would reign supreme. They also accepted bets for the top 10 academies, the top 10 cultivators and so on. Simply put, they accepted bets for all kinds of things. It was quite an astonishing sight. Qi Shuang went over to have a look and he returned with the newest lists of odds. There were 5 lists in total and they naturally came from 5 different gambling houses. The odds for the 100 Battles Academy were 1 to 5, and this was for being ranked around 70th among all of the academies. This was roughly equivalent to where they had placed last time. After all, the gambling houses wouldn't publish random odds without doing any research. They had naturally investigated and analyzed each academy and their representatives before publishing these odds. As for the cultivator rankings, only You Yuan had managed to make it into consideration. His odds for coming first were 1 to 11, a clear sign that the gambling houses didn't fancy him at all. The Eternal Dragon Academy still has the lowest odds, Qi Shuang remarked. They all looked at the first line of the lists. Indeed, it was identical across all 5 lists. The odds for the Eternal Dragon Academy achieving victory was 10 to 11, a remarkable number given that there were 1,000 academies participating in this tournament. However, no one found this strange. After all, the Eternal Dragon Academy had a mighty disciple who was destined to create history. His odds in the cultivator rankings were also the lowest. He was called Huai Jian, and it was rumored that he had been born with a sword in his embrace. As he grew older, this sword also grew with him. His skill with the sword was peerless, and even the Ancestral Kings praised his brilliance. They said that if they were at the same cultivation level, they would find it difficult to block 10 of his attacks. If only a single Ancestral King had said this, everyone could perhaps treat it as a light-hearted joke. However, several Ancestral Kings had said this, so this was definitely a serious endorsement of Huai Jian's freakish strength. Chapter 23-29 Sen Ping. This was indeed the truth. In the previous tournament, Huai Jian had astonished everyone with his sword, carving through his opponents in an unstoppable surge to triumph. Not only had he achieved an easy victory for the Eternal Dragon Academy, but he had even suppressed 9 powerful opponents without any trouble, winning the esteemed first place of the cultivators' ranking. No one could shake his firm standing as the most powerful competitor. This time, it was rumored that Huai Jian had already reached the peak stage of the 11th leaf of the 8th lotus. It was said that he would immediately advance to the ninth lotus, and become the disciple of a heavenly Venerate after battling for the Eternal Dragon Academy. Wuxia and the others shook their heads in disappointment. Without You Yuan, where would they place this time? Ling Han was very powerful, but he was only at the third leaf of the eighth lotus after all. Moreover, he could only rely on his precious sword. However, the Thousand Academy tournament prohibited the use of any external powers. Otherwise, if someone used an Ancestral King decree and their opponent then did the same, what point would the tournament have? Not only were competitors prohibited from drawing on external power, but they were even prohibited from wearing treasured armor. This was a competition that showcased cultivators' raw strength. Can we maintain our top 100 placing? Qi Shuang asked in doubt. There were only 100 or so Monarch stars at the 8th lotus in the entire foreign realm. During the previous tournament, many of them had been at the 5th leaf or 6th leaf. Now, it was very likely that they had all reached the 10th leaf or 11th leaf. Thus, Wuxia and the others could only turn their attention to the academies without Monarch stars. They could rely on their overall strength to defeat these academies. We'll try our best, Yuan said. Who told them to lose You Yuan? With the loss of this supreme prodigy, they had also lost the core member of their team. What's the prize for the academy that comes first? What's the prize for the person who comes first? Ling Han asked. If it weren't for the prizes, why would he have come here? Of course, eating chicken wings was also a part of his motivation. Qi Shuang looked at him in astonishment. Didn't this person have ears? Or perhaps he had left his brain at home. He was still in the mood to ask about the prizes for coming first. It seems to be a primordial battle beast, he replied. He still ended up answering Ling Han's question since the latter was a Monarch star who was even more impressive than You Yuan. There would definitely come a moment where Ling Han astonished everyone else. In fact, he might even reach the same height as Huai Jian. However, this thought vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and Qi Shuang immediately shook his head. No one could compare to Huai Jian. The latter was a Monarch star who had the greatest chance of becoming a heavenly Venerate in the foreign realm in the past epoch. As for the academy that comes first, their prize is more so that of pride and glory. They'll mainly receive points and star stones, and they'll also enjoy some celestial medicines. Only the person who comes first in the individual rankings can obtain a battle beast, Yuan added. According to rumors, that's indeed a primordial battle beast. It was discovered by an ancestral king in some mystery realm, and it still hasn't hatched yet. This was Qi Shuang's first time hearing this news as well, and he couldn't help but be astonished as he said, according to legends, primordial battle beasts are all capable of becoming ancestral kings. Moreover, after a blood recognition ceremony, they'll never betray their master. That's why it's so enticing. Yuan shook his head with emotion. In this lifetime, they would never come close to becoming ancestral kings. However, someone would obtain an Ancestral King level beast pet. Sure enough, this was a painful comparison. According to rumors, the Ancestral King didn't hatch this battle beast by himself, because he received an order from some heavenly Venerate. The heavenly Venerate wants to seize this opportunity to give Huai Jian a huge fortune, Yuan continued. His expression of envy grew even greater. Huai Jian was someone who possessed the great fortune of heaven and earth. He was superior to all Monarch stars, and to belong to the same generation as he was nothing but misfortune. Ling Han smiled upon hearing this. He wouldn't mind accepting such a powerful battle beast. If nothing else, it would at least appear impressive. After all, had anyone ever witnessed a celestial king or ancestral king acting as a servant before? No. To reach this cultivation level meant that their grasp of regulations was already equal to heaven and earth. Which of them wasn't proud and ambitious? How could they accept the humiliation of becoming a servant? However, battle beasts were different. Before hatching them, one could use a drop of their blood to form a master-slave relationship. By doing so, the hatched battle beast would never betray their owner. Ling Han decided to take this battle beast. Huai Jian ha. Ling Han brimmed with fighting spirit. This was a supreme prodigy who had trod all other Monarch stars underfoot. His evolution index was probably approaching 11, right? Ling Han yearned for a battle. Right at this moment, a huge racket traveled over from the door. Where's You Yuan? Come out and battle me. Someone roared. Everyone walked out from the hall, only to see a young man standing in the courtyard. This was a demon whose skin was so red that it was almost black. He had a pair of horns on his head and he was almost 3 meters tall. His arms were bare and they were riddled with symbols. He didn't look like a person and he instead looked like a war soldier. Sen Ping. Upon seeing this person, the pupils of the disciples from the 100 Battles Academy contracted. Apprehension spread across their faces. Sen Ping was a prodigy from the magnificent Equal Academy. He was also a Monarch star, and in the previous 1000 Academy tournament, it was none other than him who had lost to You Yuan. It was due to that defeat that his academy had ranked beneath the 100 Battles Academy. He had been unreconciled to that loss, so he was now running over before the 1000 Academy tournament even began. He was itching to have a rematch with You Yuan. Sen Ping swept his gaze across everyone, and it was clear that he couldn't give a toss about them. Even the two elites at the third leaf of the 9th lotus couldn't attract his attention. He humphed and said, "Since when did You Yuan become such a coward?" "Impudence." Qi Shuang roared. Boom. His roar materialized, transforming into a wave that surged toward Sen Ping. Pung. Sen Ping threw a punch, instantly shattering the sound wave. He wore a haughty expression saying, "Am I wrong?" 11th leaf. They all exclaimed in shock. Even though Qi Shuang hadn't unleashed his full power, how could an 8th lotus cultivator block the attack of a 9th lotus elite? Unless they were at the 11th leaf of the 8th lotus, shattering the barrier between the two tiers. They possessed the strength of 9th lotus elites so they could naturally block the attacks of 9th lotus elites. Sure enough, the Monarch stars from the previous tournament had all advanced in leaps and bounds, reaching the 11th leaf. How could the other Monarch tiers rival such powerful prodigies? Even though Wuxia, Sun Feng and the others had reached the 7th leaf and 8th leaf, what did it matter? This was an insurmountable gulf. Qi Shuang suppressed the anger in his mind and he said, "You Yuan has already died." "Impossible." Sen Ping immediately roared, his expression also changing. He was hellbent on avenging his defeat, and he was determined to surpass his rival. It was also because of this ambition and motivation that he had been able to soar from the 4th leaf to the 11th leaf in just 1,000,000 years. However, just as he was about to realize his dream, he was met with such shocking news. You Yuan had died. How was this possible? "Yes, he's died," Yuan said with a shake of his head. He recounted how the 5 audacious 9th Lotus elites had hunted and killed You Yuan, saying, "We've already reported this matter to all of the Ancestral Kings. I'm sure that they'll act swiftly to capture the culprits and punish them severely. They'll let the world know that Monarch stars can't be touched." Sen Ping was rendered speechless, his expression dazed and dispirited. He had endured for 1,000,000 years, yet in the end it was all for naught. It was as if he had lost all motivation. He didn't know when he left. However, before long news of You Yuan's death had already spread far and wide. Many teams were secretly delighted. That was one fewer competitor to worry about. At the same time, the odds for the 100 Battles Academy also dropped off a cliff, reaching a staggering low of 1 to 17. This was a ranking of around 200. After all, their team still had Wuxia and Sun Feng. Thus, their drop wasn't severer. Chapter 23:30 Prodigies. Ling Han was filled with motivation again. He wanted that battle beast. Thus, he needed to first break into the top 100 of the competitors. Only by doing so would he have the right to compete for the number 1. The rules for the 1000 Academy tournament were as followed. In the first round, all of the teams would enter a mystery realm. Many beacons were hidden there, and the teams could search for and collect these beacons. Alternatively, they could snatch them from other teams. There was a time limit of 1 month, and the final ranking would be calculated based on the number of beacons held by each team. The top 100 teams would enter the second round, which was the round of elimination battles. That would be a competition of pure strength. Moreover, the most impressive member from each of these 100 teams would be chosen to enter the elite leaderboard. Those on the leaderboard would then participate in a competition to rank their individual strength. "I'll enter the top 100 and have a battle with Huai Jian," Ling Han thought to himself. He didn't have any aspirations of coming first as a team. In any case, coming first as a team would only win them glory and not much else. However, what use was glory in the foreign realm? Perhaps he would defect to the foreign realm and fight for them instead. Thus, he simply wanted to enter the elite leaderboard. He cultivated in seclusion most of the time. Sometimes he would cultivate under the reincarnation tree, and sometimes he would cultivate in the time cultivation chamber. The effects of these places would stack with his greatest eternity immortal physique. allowing the acceleration of time to become even greater. However, the greatest eternity immortal physique could only be activated for a limited time. This was unlike the time cultivation chamber, which he could use forever as long as he could pay. Not only he but the Empress and Hunyo also cultivated in earnest. They naturally didn't care about fighting for the foreign realm. They were simply cultivating to improve themselves. In fact, even Sun Feng and Wuya were cultivating in earnest. They wished to advance further in the 8th lotus. To Monarch tiers, advancing to the 9th lotus was actually quite a simple task. However, advancing to the 9th leaf or 10th leaf was as difficult as ascending the heavens. This wasn't something that could be achieved in a hurry. A dozen or so years crept by. All of the academies had already arrived, and the commencement of the 1000 Academy tournament was imminent. News of You Yuan's death had already spread to everyone, and this angered many people. Someone actually dared to kill a monarch star, which was an act equivalent to challenging the entire realm. However, even after an ancestral king personally joined the hunt, they still failed to capture those 5 audacious culprits. It was as if they had vanished from the face of the realm. In fact, this even drew an announcement from a heavenly Venerate. They issued a decree ordering the arrest of the 5 people. However, this naturally couldn't compare to Ling Han's feat at that time. Almost all of the heavenly Venerates had come together to order his arrest, dead or alive. Moreover, they had promised the successful cultivator a smooth journey to becoming an 18th Lotus Ancestral King. Because the 100 Battles Academy hadn't brought an extra member, they could only sign up for this competition with 9 people. Fortunately, the 1000 Academy tournament only had a rule for the maximum number of participants, not the specific number. As such, they wouldn't be prevented from joining the tournament even though they only had 9 members. However, this put them at a clear disadvantage. After all, who would take fewer than 10 members? Moreover, representing an academy was also a glorious achievement, so who wouldn't yearn to do so? When the sign-up finished, the competitors for the 999 teams were all confirmed. Apart from Huai Jian, the outstanding prodigies also included Chuan Tian, Qinghua, Wan Mo and so on. They had all ranked within the top 10 in the previous tournament. Everyone was curious about whether they could dethrone Huai Jian from his peerless position this time. Or perhaps they would duke it out for second place. Of course, there were also some new competitors who were clenching their fists and rubbing their hands. For example, Ling Han. Many prodigies were prepared to shoot to renown. Under some waterfall, a demon youth was inhaling and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. With each breath, the waterfall would also sway in unison as if being moved by a large hand. Looking closely, one would realize that this was no ordinary waterfall. Numerous celestial bodies dazzled within it. This was called the Celestial Waterfall. It indeed contained countless celestial bodies, and its downstream was connected to the ancient realm of the foreign realm. Each drop of water that flowed out would transform into a star. It was also because of this that the force of the celestial waterfall was terrifying. Even 9th Lotus elites wouldn't dare to stay under it for too long. Otherwise, their shields would be annihilated by the eternal punishment of the waterfall, after which their bodies would be struck by millions upon billions of celestial bodies. They would be severely wounded. If anyone witnessed this youth's actions, they would definitely feel numb with shock. This was far too terrifying. Just his breathing alone was able to influence the movement of the celestial waterfall. Just how devastating was his power? He suddenly stood up, with his eyes gazing at the distant sky. The number 1 monarch star in this realm definitely isn't you, Huai Jian. Instead, it's me, Su Xing. As he said this, he beat his wings. Boom. The celestial waterfall instantly flowed backward. Amid a vast sea, an unfathomably beautiful female angel stood with her feet bare. She held a glazed sword in her right hand, one that was still dripping with blood. Behind her was a fish that was as large as a mountain, with its belly upturned. Even though it was already dead, it still radiated with a petrifying. "It's almost time to return," the woman murmured to herself. With a slash, she sliced the void apart. She then strode inside, and it was as if she weren't afraid of the void windstorms at all. Meanwhile, her final murmur lightly swept over the vast sea. "Huai Jian, is it? It said that he was born with the fortune of heaven and earth. I wonder if he has the ability to rival me, Jianghu." On a primitive mountain, a holy beast was lying on the ground with blood pooled around it. An insect suddenly flew out from its head, measuring only a measly 3 inches in length. An overwhelming and violent aura instantly surged into the surroundings, causing the nearby trees to instantly shrivel and wilt. 7 breaths, the insect said in human tongue. That's 1/10 of a breath better than last time. It wore a proud expression. It had killed a holy beast at the first leaf of the 9th lotus in just 7 breaths. Could any other 8th lotus cultivator achieve such a feat? 1000 Academy Tournament. I Shuigu will personally defeat Huai Jian. Ling Han and the others were woken early in the morning. Qi Shuang and Yuan were going to give them the final speech of encouragement. This time, You Yuan isn't here. So, our goal is to maintain a rank inside the top 200. We'll fight to enter the top 100, Qi Shuang said loudly. Is everyone confident? Yes. Wuxia, Sun Feng and the others shouted in reply. Even though Monarch stars possessed formidable battle prowess, this was still dependent on their cultivation level. For example, if Ling Han didn't use his divine sword, which of them would be afraid of him? Moreover, strength was indeed important for the first round. However, one also couldn't discount the importance of luck. If a team were fortunate enough, entering the top 100 wouldn't be too difficult. Of course, if they entered the second round thanks to luck, they wouldn't need to dream about progressing any further. Without the help of a Monarch star, they would certainly lose in the first round of knockout battles. Yuan also gave some words of encouragement. The team then set off for the competition grounds. The 1,000 teams gathered, and they were all composed of supreme prodigies. Almost everyone was a Monarch tier. Only a small number of teams had Emperor tier members, and this was only because they truly couldn't find 10 Emperor tiers in their academy. Thus, they could only make up the numbers with Emperor tiers. Otherwise, it would be a waste of their team quota. I won't ramble on about the rules. Killing people is forbidden, and drawing on any external power is also forbidden. Otherwise, a life will be paid with a life. Those who deserve to be disqualified will also be disqualified. Don't harbor any thoughts of getting lucky. These words were spoken by an Ancestral King at the 10th lotus. He was radiating with a mighty and dignified aura. Begin. He waved his hand, not bothering to speak any more nonsense. In the eyes of Ancestral Kings, the cultivators here were as if nothing more than toddlers. Even though almost all of them would surpass him in the future, that would be a matter heaven knew how many years later. Chapter 23:31 Parting Ways. One after another, the teams entered the Mystery Realm. They didn't need to worry about being attacked immediately upon entering, as the teams would all be randomly teleported away after entering the Mystery Realm. The chances of 2 teams being teleported to the exact same location were infinitesimally close to 0. At the very least, Ling Han and the others didn't suffer such misfortune. After entering the Mystery Realm, he began by surveying their surrounding environment. Newbies, stop looking around everywhere. Follow our lead, Wuxia and the others said. They had already participated in the 1000 Academy Tournament once, so they were naturally familiar with this Mystery Realm. As such, they didn't need to observe the surroundings, and they immediately issued a command to Ling Han, the Empress and the others. In this place, competitors were forbidden from drawing on any external power. Thus, these people naturally regained their sense of superiority. So what if Ling Han was a Monarch star? He was still trash because of his low and measly cultivation level. Ling Han chuckled and said, I detest looking at you people. Let's part ways here. You. Sun Feng and the others were all enraged. This was a team competition, so they could only perform to their full potential if they all combined their strength. Yet Ling Han wanted to split from the team right from the get-go? If they came across enemies, wouldn't they get easily picked off one by one? Bah, don't be too arrogant. Sun Feng couldn't help but chide. You can't even rival us, let alone the countless other elites in this realm. In fact, there are no fewer than 50 people who are even more powerful than You Yuan. Do you really think you can defeat everyone? Indeed, Ling Han said with a nod. I can't help it, strength breeds confidence. Sun Feng and the others were about to explode in rage. They had never come across someone as shameless as Ling Han before. He was only at the 3rd leaf of the 8th lotus, yet he still dared to harbor such unfounded confidence? Where was his sense of superiority coming from? See you in a month, Ling Han said with a wave. He then left with the 3 women. Stop right there. Wuxia roared. He immediately lashed out, grabbing at Ling Han. He truly couldn't endure this anymore. He was going to teach this audacious brat a lesson. Ling Han didn't turn around and he simply snapped his fingers. Whoosh. A burst of sword chi slashed over, astonishing the heavens. Puh! A bloody gash instantly appeared on Wu Ye's chest, so deep that even his bones were visible. One of his wings more so lost 1/3 of its feathers, with the latter dancing in the sky like white snow. This strike seemingly froze time as well, with everyone rendered speechless as their mouth remained agape. Wu Ye was at the 7th leaf of the 8th lotus. Even if one were a Monarch star, if they weren't at the same or even higher cultivation level, how could they defeat a Monarch star like Wu Ye in a single strike? Moreover, Ling Han was only at the 3rd leaf of the 8th lotus. No. He definitely wasn't at the 3rd leaf. If a 3rd leaf cultivator were so ferocious, the entire system of cultivation would fall into disarray. Don't seek death, Ling Han said in a baleful voice. He was filled with animosity toward the foreign realm. If it weren't for the fact that the angel race hadn't invaded the celestial realm, and if it weren't for the fact that there were ancestral kings watching over this competition to prevent competitors from killing each other, he might have truly failed to suppress his killing intent. After all, Wu Ye had wanted to steal his women before, and he had even acted upon this impulse. At this moment even Sun Feng didn't dare to interfere. This was because he couldn't defeat Wu Ye in a single strike. In other words, Ling Han was even more powerful than him. Moreover, the Empress and Hunyou were also Monarch stars who possessed astounding battle prowess. If they truly did battle, they wouldn't have any advantage at all. In addition, such a battle would be completely meaningless. Thus, they naturally didn't want to engage. The 5 people felt deep powerlessness as they watched Ling Han and the others leave. If we can't break into the top 100 this time, the responsibility lies squarely with them. That's right, it's got nothing to do with us. The 5 people all spoke in disdain. Meanwhile, Ling Han and the others were as relaxed as could be. There were 2 ways to obtain the beacons. The first way was to find the hidden beacons, and the second way was to snatch beacons from others. The hidden beacons would all have obvious indications, such as bright and flashing lights. As long as one ventured within 2 kilometers of a hidden beacon, they would be able to discover it with ease. If one wanted to snatch beacons from others, however, this would be up to luck. Perhaps the victims would possess no beacons, either because they hadn't started collecting them yet, or because they had only just been robbed by others. In that case they would make no gains. We have heaps of time. Let's rest first, Ling Han said. He was completely uninterested in searching for the hidden beacons. Instead, he had already decided long ago that he would snatch them from others. As such, he naturally couldn't be bothered wasting his time to look for them now. Half a month's time was likely enough for all of the hidden beacons to be discovered and collected. At that time, battles would break out, and those who were more powerful would naturally end up snatching more beacons. Ling Han and the others found a lake, where they set up a tent to rest. They would cultivate for a while every day before enjoying some delicacies and relaxing. Their days were especially leisurely apart from the fact that they still had 0 beacons. Meanwhile, in the outside world, there was a stone tablet that listed the current progress of every team. This stone tablet would refresh every 2 hours. The entire mystery realm existed within a formation, so it was extremely easy to gather information about the teams inside. Right now, the Eternal Dragon Academy wasn't ranked first. Instead, it was the Excellence Order Academy that occupied this position, having obtained a total of 97 beacons. Meanwhile, the Eternal Dragon Academy was only ranked 17th. However, no one was surprised about this. Firstly, the standings for the first round didn't bear any great significance. The teams simply needed to make it into the top 100 to advance to the second round. Secondly, the competition had only just begun, so the more powerful teams naturally hadn't made their moves yet. For example, the Firm Heaven Academy, which had placed second in the previous tournament, was only ranked 13th right now. Opposite the stone tablet, there was also a large stone that was as smooth as a mirror. On its surface was a live stream of the mystery realm. However, this stream could only capture a small number of areas. Hurry, look over there. This youth has defeated another team, someone exclaimed. The spectators here were the elites who had accompanied the teams from their academies. They were mostly at the 9th Lotus, as Ancestral Kings clearly wouldn't mingle with such crowds. A 9th Lotus elite clasped their head and exclaimed, "Who is this youth? He's far too powerful, no? He annihilated the entire team in under 10 breaths." He was clearly a junior at the 8th Lotus, yet his battle prowess could easily rival that of 9th Lotus elites. "That's Su Xing, the greatest prodigy from my academy," an elite said with pride. "3 Manifest Academy? Everyone frowned upon hearing this. They all wore expressions of doubt. In the previous 1000 Academy tournament, the 3 Manifest Academy had ranked outside the top 500. They had completely failed to make it into the second round. Now, however, after a measly 1 million years, they had actually produced such a terrifying prodigy. With just his power alone, he was able to defeat an entire team in a mere 10 breaths. This was a Monarch star. The world is truly ever-changing, an elite remarked with emotion. A Monarch star was killed this time, yet another Monarch star has risen to fill his place. The heavens are truly smiling down at us. Monarch stars are rising with no end, and now is the time for us to flourish. Many people nodded in agreement. Only Qi Shuang and Yuan felt extremely vexed. After all, it was extremely likely that their academy couldn't even break into the top 100 this time. How could they be in the mood to feel happy for others? And this woman from the angel race. She's also extremely powerful. They quickly discovered another rising star. This woman used her fingers like a sword, unleashing devastating bursts of sword qi that no one could rival. She advanced with no obstructions at all. Hee, this is Jing Zhongyue from my Purple Flutter Academy, an elite said with a chuckle. He wore a smug expression, and he said this before the others even had a chance to ask. Chapter 23-32 Encounter. This time, it was as if the foreign realm were welcoming an age of rising stars and endless prodigies. The well-renowned prodigies were advancing in leaps and bounds, and new and exciting prodigies also continued to show up one after another. Things appeared to be flourishing. Qi Shuang and Yuan kept their eyes glued to the stone tablet. Right now, the 100 Battles Academy was ranked at a lowly 722nd place. To say nothing of breaking into the top 100, even breaking into the top 200 was looking like an impossible task. They couldn't help but find this strange. With Ling Han and the others' strength, breaking into the top 100 would indeed require some good fortune. However, breaking into the top 200 should have posed no problem at all. Perhaps they had been targeted by a stronger team. However, their number of beacons had never experienced a huge drop before, so they clearly hadn't been robbed by a stronger team. Ha, look over there. That man and 3 women are so relaxed, someone suddenly said with a chuckle. Because the streams on the stone surface weren't fixed, it would occasionally jump from place to place. Ha ha ha. Laughter instantly broke out. Qi Shuang and Yuan also looked over, and they almost fainted in anger. At the stream, Ling Han, Hunyo, and the others were casually eating roast meat. If it were only this, then so be it. More importantly, however, there were 4 tents behind them. Did they need to set up tents to eat a meal? Clearly not. By setting up tents, they made it clear that they were going to stay there for a day or night. However, what was the cultivation level of everyone? Even if they didn't eat or rest for hundreds of millions of years, they still wouldn't feel tired or exhausted, yet how long had they entered the mystery realm for? And these 4 people had already set up tents to rest? Was this not a joke? Qi Shuang and Yuan finally understood why their academy was ranked so low. Not only were they missing a member, but Ling Han and the others were more so treating this competition with a passive attitude. It would be shocking if they could enter the top 200 with this attitude. While furious at Ling Han and the others' attitude, the 2 of them were also annoyed at Sun Feng and the others' inaction. Why didn't they stop Ling Han? They were embarrassing themselves at the 1000 Academy tournament, and this truly made them want to dig a hole to bury themselves in. Ah, which academy are they from? Someone asked. Not sure, it seems like their first time here. Their first time? They're unclear about the situation, so they're treating it like an outdoor camping trip? I feel like I've seen them before. I think we arrived at the same time. It's the 100 Battles Academy. What? The 100 Battles Academy? Ah, I'm about to die from laughter. Just because they lost You Yuan, they've lost all will and confidence to fight too? What use are such people? If they go to the 2-realm battlefield, they'll only lose face for our realm. The elites all humphed in disdain. They were filled with contempt toward Ling Han and the others' attitude. Not only were they wasting their own opportunities, but they were also showing great disrespect to the other competitors. Qi Shuang and Yuan lowered their heads, not wanting to catch the gazes of others. They didn't want to be pierced by the intense dagger-like glares of everyone. Su Xing is coincidentally there as well. They're about to encounter each other. Haha, it is time for them to experience a bitter lesson. This is no place for holidays. Excitement suddenly swept through the crowd. The terrifying youth was nearing the lake, and when he arrived he would definitely see the 4 tents that had been erected next to it. Everyone looked toward the smooth stone. They were eager with anticipation. Inside the mystery realm, Ling Han and the others were enjoying their meal when the Empress and Hunyeo suddenly faltered and paused in their movements. They then looked to the left in unison. There, they discovered an approaching youth from the demon race. His advance wasn't quick, yet his aura was absolutely petrifying. It was as if he were carrying celestial bodies with him, with his every step shaking heaven and earth. Ling Han and bewitching Maiden Ro didn't react. The former had discovered the demon long ago, yet he didn't give a toss about him at all. Meanwhile, the latter genuinely hadn't noticed the demon. Only when she realized that the Empress and Hunyeo had been staring at that place for a while did she dazedly raise her head. "Hand over your beacons and then P***us off," the youth said coldly. As he spoke, his wings unfurled slightly, revealing his arrogant and haughty demeanor. Ling Han smiled and said, "If you want to eat together, you're welcome to take a seat. If you want to fight, however, please wait for us to finish eating first." This youth was naturally none other than Su Xing. He looked at Ling Han in astonishment. This person was truly courageous, daring to speak to him in such a teasing manner. He chuckled coldly and said, "You don't have the right to sit with me." He strode toward Ling Han and the others, unleashing his boundless might as he did so. He was much like an indomitable demon god. Even though Hunyeo and the Empress hadn't advanced to the 11th leaf yet, they were still 10th leaf monarch stars, so they naturally wouldn't be suppressed by this aura. Only bewitching Maiden Ro showed slight signs of discomfort. After all, her cultivation was relatively inferior. Ling Han retrieved an empty wine glass and filled it up before tossing it to Su Xing. His action was steady and not a drop of wine was wasted. "I already said you people aren't worthy," Su Xing said with a humph. He threw a punch, yearning to shatter the glass of wine. After he threw the punch, however, his expression changed slightly. The wine glass was imbued with a strong power of regulation, and he was surprisingly unable to shatter it. With the might of his punch, this power of regulation was also just exhausted, causing the wine glass to instantly stop before him. Under the force of gravity, this wine glass then fell toward the ground. Su Xing's expression changed again. Pah! He reached out and grabbed the wine glass. If he had shattered the wine glass with a single punch, that would naturally have been the end of that. However, the situation now was different. Ling Han had precisely calculated the power of his punch, and delivered the wine of glass before him. If Su Xing hadn't grabbed it, the wine would have spilled before him, resulting in his humiliation. Thus he had no option but to grab it. When Ling Han had offered him the wine, he had insisted that Ling Han was not worthy. Now, however, he had grabbed it. This was clearly his loss. Yet there was nothing he could do about this. Was it not his fault that he had underestimated Ling Han's strength? He had already lost when he threw the punch. He indeed hadn't taken Ling Han seriously. Even though his punch hadn't been powerful, it had still allowed him to realize Ling Han's strength. "Interesting," he said with a smile, showing his snow-white teeth. He appeared like a vicious beast. "I don't want to eliminate such an opponent here. I'll wait for you in the individual tournament. Hopefully you won't disappoint me." He gave a hearty laugh before turning around to leave. He was raging with fighting spirit. However, fighting here wouldn't satiate his thirst. After all, there were far too many restrictions. Thus he could only endure. Ling Han smiled faintly. His hands trembled slightly. Of course, this naturally wasn't due to fear. Instead, it was because of excitement. This opponent reminded him of Ji Wuming. He was astonishingly powerful. They would meet again during the ranking battles for the elite leaderboard. The two of them clearly valued each other as opponents. However, the spectators outside could only see the stream, and they were unable to hear the sounds inside the mystery realm. Thus they were all extremely confused. Why had one of them offered a glass of wine? And why had the other accepted it and then left? Perhaps they were already acquainted. "How lucky," the elites mumbled in displeasure. They stopped paying attention to Ling Han and the others. This was because the live stream's focus had changed, moving on from Ling Han and the others. It was now focusing on another area. In the blink of an eye, 15 days had already passed. The hidden beacons had almost all been found and collected, and some of the teams started to go into hiding. Others swept through the mystery realm, hoping to obtain more beacons. "It's time to set off," Ling Han said with a smile. Chapter 23-33 Rise in Ranking. Ling Han and the three women joined the teams that were snatching beacons from others. They were few in number, with only 4 of them, yet one of them was at the 11th secret and 2 of them were at the 10th secret. Any one of them 3 was already powerful enough to act as the leader of a team. Now they were working together, and Ling Han was more so an absolute freak whose evolution index was close to 11. He wasn't just a mere Monarch star. The 4 of them casually strolled around, not attempting to conceal themselves like the other teams. It was as if they were shouting, "Come and rob me." Many teams genuinely tried to rob them, and it wasn't long before another team charged over, encircling them. "Oh, only 4 people?" someone said with a whistle. "Did you accidentally separate from the rest of your team? Come call me Big Brother. Big Brother will protect you." 3 women and 1 man. "This is a case of 1 king and 3 queens, huh?" someone said in a flippant tone. "Such strong taste. 3 angels sharing a demon," a male angel said in jealousy. The Empress and the others were all divinely beautiful and attractive, yet the only man in the team was from the demon race. This was truly despicable and infuriating. Ling Han smiled and said, "I'll give you people a choice. Hand over the beacons and let me beat you up, or I'll beat you up before taking your beacons." The 10 people exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Was this not hilarious? There were only 4 people in this group, yet they still wanted to beat them up. An insect stepped forward and said, "Actually, we have a third option. That is, we'll give you a beating." He had a massive bottom that took up half of his body. It was bright red and covered with patterns, and it was surprisingly harmonious and coherent to look at. Whoosh! He quickly dashed over. Even though he was fat, his movements were extremely quick and agile. With a flash, he immediately arrived before Ling Han, extending his 2 claws to grab at him. His claws were both filled with sharp hooks that gleamed with an ice-cold luster. 6th leaf of the 8th lotus. This insect was a monarch tier. Ling Han immediately lashed out. Pah! The 2 claws landed in his palms, and with a twist, emerald green blood instantly sprayed out from the insect's broken limbs. Squeak! The insect faltered for a moment before shrieking in agony. He hadn't imagined that Ling Han would be so powerful that he couldn't even withstand a single strike. His shriek transformed into a terrifying wave that surged into the surroundings. Pung pung pung. Mountains crumbled and trees fell. He was an experienced fighter, and he wasn't flustered because of this exchange. Instead, he raised his bottom, and instantly ejected a stream of foul-smelling gray gas. This was an innate divine skill of his tribe. His foul-smelling fart contained a potent poison, one that could phase those at the same cultivation level. Those at a lower cultivation level would be directly corroded into liquid. Even those who were stronger would suffer a huge hit to their battle prowess. Thus, this was not only a life-saving technique, but also a technique that could turn the tables and lead to victory. Ling Han filled his cheeks before blowing a mouthful of air. Whoosh! Like the devastating gales of heaven, a powerful gust of wind swept forth. As it surged forward, all of the gray gas was swept away, clearing the surroundings once again. The smug smile of the insect instantly collapsed. He trembled in apprehension, realizing that he had come across a formidable opponent. This person was not just a little more powerful than him. Instead, he had a crushing advantage over him. Even though they were prohibited from killing each other in the first round, there was no rule against pummeling other people. However, who would want to get pummeled? Especially when they were mostly all monarch tiers who were destined to become ancestral kings in the future. Getting pummeled would be a stain on their name, and it would definitely result in them becoming the butt of jokes in the future. Flee! The 9 other people hurriedly sprinted off. In any case, their teammate definitely wouldn't be killed. At most, he would only suffer some physical pain. As such, protecting the beacons was their priority. The Empress, Huai, and Bewitching Maiden Ro split up to pursue these people. Apart from Bewitching Maiden Ro being slightly weaker, the Empress and Huai were both 10th secret monarch stars. Just how great was their battle prowess? As long as they didn't encounter 11th secret monarch stars, who could defeat them? Not a single one of the 10 people managed to escape. Instead, they were all captured by Ling Han and the others. This was slightly ironic. In the beginning, it was these 10 people who had encircled Ling Han and the others and threatened to rob them. In the blink of an eye, however, their positions had swapped. Which option do you choose? Ling Han asked with a smile. If you hand over the beacons first, I can pummel you less severely. The 10 people were rendered speechless. However, they all retrieved their beacons and handed them over to Ling Han. Ling Han counted the beacons. These people had obtained quite the number, with 70 beacons in total. He smiled and said, "Time for the beating." The 4 of them lashed out, giving the 10 people a harsh lesson. Only then did they let them leave. They then started to casually stroll around again, looking for their next target. At the same time, they were also waiting for prey to bring itself over. Luck was on their side, and it wasn't long before they came across another team. These people didn't speak as they immediately turned around to head toward them. They were proactive and cooperative. "Seeing that you're so obedient, I'll only rob half of your beacons," Ling Han said with a chuckle. After all, he had only just started hunting, and these people were also so proactive and cooperative. He would give them a 50% discount. "How impudent," the 10 people said with cold chuckles. They immediately launched an attack. After only 2 minutes, the battle drew to a close. The 10 people were all bruised and battered, and they were filled with dejection and despair as they left. They were overcome with regret. They had actually charged into the jaws of these 4 murderous people. How incredibly foolish. Fortunately, the 4 people had been principled enough, and they had only robbed half of their beacons just as they promised. This left them with a glimmer of hope. However, only a short while later they came across a lone woman from the angel race. She was astonishingly beautiful, and her bare feet were as smooth and white as jade. Her silky hair billowed in the air, making her appear graceful and ethereal. She was much like a celestial maiden. "Hand over your beacons," the woman said calmly. However, her voice had a hint of force and dominance. The 10 people were incredibly ticked off. They had only just been robbed by 4 people, and now they were being challenged by a single person? Did they look like pushovers? "Capture her." The 10 people charged forward in unison, yearning to capture the woman. Even obtaining a single beacon would be good. The woman humphed before snapping her fingers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bursts of sword chi slashed forward. Poo piu piu piu. The 10 people were all nailed to the ground. These swords of light formed from the regulations were incredibly devastating. After robbing them poor, the woman left gracefully. The 10 people exchanged gloomy glances. Being robbed by Ling Han had still been somewhat of a fortune. After all, he had only taken half of their beacons. However, they had immediately come across a powerful woman who had taken all of their remaining beacons. They were instantly plunged into poverty. The woman left in the same direction as those 4 people. "Perhaps they'll encounter each other?" a person suddenly said. "Hee hee, that'll be entertaining." Some of them even clasped their hands in prayer, saying, "Praise the heavens, please let them encounter each other." Star, star, star. In the outside world. Because of Ling Han and the others' success in robbing other teams, the points and ranking of the 100 Battles Academy also started to soar. In only half a day, they had already risen from a lowly 700 and something to 400 and something. This was a significant rise that attracted much attention. Chapter 23-34 Rapid Rise. What's going on? The 100 Battles Academy is suddenly unleashing its might. They're missing You Yuan, so how can they be so powerful? That's right. And there are even 4 of them holidaying next to a lake. With only 5 people, they actually defeated so many teams in half a day? Incredible. This attracted the attention of many elites. However, even though the scores and rankings would update in real time, the live streams on the smooth stone couldn't be controlled. They could only observe the places that were shown. They couldn't choose to follow a specific team. Qi Shuang and Yuan exchanged a glance. Perhaps Sun Feng and the others had unleashed their might. These little brats were truly able to endure. They had caused them to needlessly worry for more than a dozen days. Very well, continue to charge. Break into the top 200 in a single breath. Qi Shuang and Yuan were astonished to discover that their prayers were actually answered. The 100 Battles Academy continued to rise up the ranks, charging from the 400s into the 300s, and then from the 300s toward the 200s. However, the higher the rankings, the greater the difference between the number of beacons. This caused the 100 Battles Academy's charge to slow down. Instead of soaring up the rankings by dozens of places at a time, they could only climb up by 4 or 5 places at a time, and then 2 or 3 places and then finally 1 or 2 places. 214th. 213th. 212th. The two elites continued to observe the rankings. They never knew that they had such a hobby. When the 100 Battles Academy finally broke into the top 200, they were so excited that they even embraced in joy. However, they immediately separated upon realizing this. Fuck. An insect and a holy beast had actually embraced? This was an absolute joke. This was akin to a demon getting together with an angel. They would be jeered at by most people. In any case, this wasn't their final ranking. The 100 Battles Academy continued to climb the leaderboard, going from 190th to 180th, and then to 170th. Even though their rise was slow, there was still a great deal of time remaining. Judging from this trend, it was almost certain that they would break into the top 100. Qi Shuang and Yuan were absolutely delighted. However, they quickly realized that the 100 Battles Academy's score had stopped rising. In fact, it had even fallen a little. Even though it wasn't significant, it had resulted in their rank falling by a few positions as well. What was going on? Inside the mystery realm, Ling Han and the others were being blocked by an attractive woman from the angel race. Her demeanor was graceful, and her beauty was breathtaking. Her snow-white wings were radiating with purity and holiness, yet it was her aura that more so astonished Ling Han and the others. Her aura was like the sea, vast and profound. "Hand over your beacons," Jianghu said calmly. Only a single person was worthy of being her opponent, that was Huai Jian, the person who sat atop the throne. The others weren't even worthy of a single glance. Fighting spirit burned in Ling Han's eyes. The foreign realm was truly brimming with prodigies. He had initially thought that only Huai Jian was worthy of being his opponent, yet he had first come across Su Xing, and he had now come across this woman from the angel race. They all caused him to burn with fighting spirit. They were definitely worthy opponents. No wonder the celestial realm could only suffer suppression. The environment of heaven and earth was different, so the gulf between the prodigies of the two realms was also astounding. He took a step forward. Boom. His aura rose explosively. Jianghu faltered upon seeing this. Her opponent's aura could actually rival hers. Such a person existed in the world? "Huai Jian," she exclaimed in a solemn voice. However, she immediately shook her head. Even though Huai Jian was also a man, he was from the angel race. Meanwhile, the man before her was a legitimate demon. The difference between them was far too great. "Who are you?" she asked. "Bah." Ling Han replied calmly. "From the 100 Battles Academy." Jianghu was astonished. 100 Battles Academy? She was indeed aware of this academy. However, she couldn't recall any powerful prodigy from this academy. "Oh, that's right, they have a Monarch star called you something. However, his name definitely wasn't Ba." "Jianghu from the Purple Flutter Academy," she said in introduction. She didn't dare to underestimate Ling Han. Instead, she already treated him as an opponent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have announced her identity. Weaklings weren't worthy of learning her name. "Show me your strength," she said. Ling Han clenched his fists and replied, "Sure thing." "Shio." Like a beautiful and graceful crane, Jianghu rapidly swooped over. With a flap of her arms, hundreds of bursts of sword chi instantly materialized in the air, blotting out heaven and earth as they shot toward Ling Han. Ling Han was naturally unfazed. He unleashed his fists of fury, unleashing large attacks that were as mystical as could be. The two prodigies exchanged blows, facing each other head-on. In the blink of an eye, they had already completed more than 100 exchanges. As they watched on, Hunyou and the Empress also started to brim with fighting spirit. They weren't resigned to standing on the sidelines. However, there was seemingly a gulf between the 10th secret and the 11th secret, one that was astoundingly large. If one couldn't surmount this gulf, they would have no right to participate in the ultimate competition of the 1000 Academy tournament. No, they definitely had to advance to the 11th secret as soon as possible. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the right to battle against prodigies such as Jianghu and Su Xing. Xiao. Jianghu and Ling Han separated, with neither of them attacking again. "Doing battle here has far too many restrictions," Jianghu said. "You deserve a place on the elite leaderboard. I look forward to battling with you then." Ling Han nodded in acknowledgement. This woman was indeed powerful. However, he didn't feel like he couldn't win. This was because his physique was unfathomably powerful. At the same time, it was also because he had comprehended the regulations of the two realms. No monarch star from the foreign realm had achieved the same feat. We'll battle then. Jianghu left with grace. Meanwhile, Huai and the Empress didn't have any more interest in doing battle. They both entered the Black Tower to cultivate. They yearned to advance as quickly as possible. Ling Han continued to hunt other teams with bewitching maiden row. Even though they were few in number, their battle prowess had barely been reduced at all. This was naturally because of Ling Han's presence. A prodigy at the 11th leaf was equivalent to 10 or even up to 20 prodigies at the 10th leaf. As long as he didn't come across a fellow 11th leaf prodigy, Ling Han could easily defeat everyone else. In fact, it could be said that as long as he didn't come across supreme freaks such as Su Xing and Jianghu, he could defeat all other 11th leaf monarch stars such as You Yuan within 100 strikes. Day after day passed, and when they reached the 25th day, the 100 Battles Academy had already broken into the top 100 on the leaderboard. Qi Shuang and Yuan were overjoyed upon seeing this. Even though the ranking battles would beat them back into their original shape, leaving them ranked 99th or 100th, this would only be a small drop in ranking compared to last time. Moreover, when the next tournament came around, Ling Han, the Empress, and the others would have already matured, while Huai Jian and the other heaven-defying freaks would have already moved on. At that time, it would be the 100 Battles Academy's turn to reign supreme. Inside the Mystery Realm, Ling Han naturally didn't know the ranking of their team. However, because he needed to guarantee a top 100 ranking, he didn't stop robbing other teams of their beacons. In fact, several teams with 11 secret monarch stars fell victim to him as well, falling back into poverty. It was very likely that they would be eliminated if they didn't obtain enough beacons again. Being eliminated even though their teams included 11 secret monarch stars. What could they do about this? Who told them to suffer such great misfortune? Outside the Mystery Realm, the elites from these academies all wore grim expressions. The first round was already drawing to a close, yet their academies had suddenly suffered such a huge blow. They had instantly descended to hell. Meanwhile, the grins of Qi Shuang and Yuan were almost reaching their ears. They were definitely going to heap praise on Sun Feng and the others when the latter came out. Chapter 23:35 Robbery. Qi Shuang and Yuan naturally couldn't imagine that this sudden attack had actually been carried out by Ling Han and the others. After all, in their eyes, these four were lazy and irresponsible people. They had already given up on Ling Han and the others long ago. When the latter came out from the Mystery Realm, Qi Shuang and Yuan would definitely give them a spray. If they didn't yearn to improve, what did it matter that they were monarch stars? Perhaps they would give up after coming across the smallest of obstructions. The first round came to an end and the Mystery Realm opened back up. Everyone had to stop their fights. Otherwise, the obtained beacons wouldn't count, and they would more so face severe punishment. The teams in hiding also made their way back out. Because more powerful teams might also get robbed poor by others, it didn't matter that some hidden teams didn't possess many beacons. It was still extremely likely that they would obtain a decent ranking. For example, they might rank in the 300s or 400s. Ranking above 500 was already a victory. Sun Feng and the others were dejected as they walked out from the Mystery Realm. In order to improve their ranking, they had continued to battle in the Mystery Realm. However, they had unfortunately come across a stronger team, and had all of their beacons stolen. Even though they had managed to obtain some more beacons afterward, it was nowhere near the amount that they had lost. Thus they were naturally dispirited and deflated. Beautiful job. Qi Shuang and Yuan said as they walked over. They were grinning from ear to ear. What's going on? Sun Feng and the others were all extremely confused. They had done a beautiful job? What in the world was going on? Lord Qi Shuang, are you trying to console us? We asked. The elites were far too mean now. They had clearly performed poorly and they were clearly feeling dejected, yet these elites were still joking around with them? This kind of consoling wouldn't help them at all. Instead, it would only cause them to feel even more vexed. These were backhanded remarks. These were words of mockery. When they advanced to the 9th lotus, they would definitely avenge this humiliation. Oh, you guys aren't aware that you ranked 42nd? Qi Shuang asked in surprise. Even though it was indeed impossible to see the rankings inside the Mystery Realm, Couldn't they at least estimate their ranking based on the number of beacons that they had obtained? 42. 42nd. Sun Feng and the others exchanged incredulous glances. They had only obtained a total of 36 beacons, yet they had ranked 42nd. Gasp. Just how many powerful teams had been robbed clean? Otherwise, how could they have ranked 42nd with so few beacons? To say nothing of 42nd, even ranking 420th would have been difficult. However, would Qi Shuang and Yuan joke about this? Moreover, they were chuckling like fools at this moment, so they were definitely telling the truth. Sun Feng and the others finally accepted this result. They had indeed broken into the top 100. Even though coming 42nd or 100th didn't make much difference, coming 100th compared to 101st made a humongous difference. The latter would be eliminated, and the former could proceed to the second round. Ha ha ha. Sun Feng and the others all roared with laughter. They had suddenly gone from inconsolable grief to uncontrollable joy. The ebbs and flows of life were far too stimulating. Oh, that's right. Lords, Ba and his 3 women were far too uncooperative. They insisted on parting ways immediately after entering the mystery realm, Wuxia said. He immediately started to snitch on Ling Han and the others. He had been viciously struck by Ling Han, and his wound was still hurting to this day. The expressions of Qi Shuang and Yuan instantly became grim. They couldn't help but feel angry upon thinking of Ling Han and the others. They had actually treated the 1000 Academy tournament as a holiday? If it weren't for the fact that 3 of them were Monarch stars, they would have definitely given them severe punishment this time. In fact, they might have even expelled them from the academy. We know, Yuan said in a solemn voice. The 4 of them erected tents to rest near a lake. That's far too detestable. Sun Feng exclaimed in rage. While we were fighting for the academy, overcoming so many difficulties to break into the top 100, they were actually having a leisurely rest. Not only did they fail to help, but they even want to steal our glory? We have to punish them severely, the yellow bull shouted with rage. Qi Shuang waved his hand saying, we'll discuss the punishment when they arrive. Sun Feng and the rest of you, you've created history this time. Your team only had 5 people, yet you still managed to obtain over 1,000 beacons. In fact, this result has even surpassed last time. Of course, this is even though a rank of 1st or 100th doesn't make a huge difference as long as one makes the top 100. He rambled on and on, yet Wu Ya's and the others' expressions had already changed drastically. Over 1,000 beacons? Is this a joke? We only obtained 36 beacons. Gasp. The 5 of them exchanged shocked glances as they came to a sudden realization. The other beacons had been obtained by Ling Han and the others. They were just about to explain this, yet they immediately decided against it. It was impossible to bring beacons out of the mystery realm. Back when the competition had concluded, the formation had already calculated the results and retrieved all of the beacons. The beacons were, in fact, constructs materialized by the power of regulations. They weren't physical items. Thus, as long as they insisted that they had obtained these beacons, Ling Han and the others would have no option but to swallow this bitter pill. Who told them to relax next to a lake? The 5 people immediately exchanged these thoughts, coming to a unanimous decision. At this moment, Ling Han and the others finally returned from the mystery realm. Qi Shuang's expression darkened and he said, you guys still have the face to return? Huh. How strange. Ling Han was astonished. Had they not obtained enough beacons to enter the top 100? That couldn't be, right? After all, several teams with 11 secret Monarch stars had been robbed by him. What did we rank? He asked. 42nd, Sun Feng interjected. However, this was thanks to the 5 of us. You people are merely basking in our glory. Oh, so that's how it is, Ling Han and the others thought. As it turned out, these 5 people had stolen the credit for themselves. It was because of this that Qi Shuang and Yuan were convinced that they had done nothing in the mystery realm. Is that so? Ling Han asked. He couldn't help but chuckle. He looked into Wu Ya's eyes and asked, you're angry about being pummeled by me, so you're twisting the truth as an act of vengeance. Utter nonsense. Wu Ya immediately bellowed. He naturally wouldn't admit this. Enough with the garbage. Yuan roared. He was extremely dissatisfied with Ling Han and the others. When they returned, he would definitely teach them a lesson and grind away their arrogance. Ling Han simply smiled in reply. He didn't try to argue anymore. Some things could be concealed for a short while, but they couldn't be concealed forever. When the second round began, the truth would naturally come to light. A large insect crawled over from the distance and said, "Bah, I'll definitely defeat you." His speed was impressive, and his aura was more so as ferocious as could be. There were clearly two Ninth Lotus elites present, yet he acted as if he couldn't see them at all. He was as haughty as could be. This was only natural. After all, he was an 11th Leaf Monarch star, someone who was destined to become an 18th Lotus Ancestral King in the future. As such, did he need to pay any heed to two measly 9th Lotus weaklings? Ling Han casually waved his hand and replied, "Yes, yes, yes, I'll wait for you." The large insect took a deep look at Ling Han before turning around to leave. Qi Shuang, Yuan, Wuxia and the others. A monarch star at the 11th leaf of the 8th lotus had especially run over to say this to Ling Han. What did this signify? He had definitely suffered defeat at Ling Han's hands. Gasp. Holy fuck. Bah. Another young demon with a peerless aura walked over saying, "I know that I'm no match for you. However, I still want to fight against you with no limits and restrictions. Can you satisfy my request?" An angel walked over and said, "I also want to fight again." This was another monarch star at the 11th leaf. A golden lion leaped forward and said, "Me too." It had 9 heads and it appeared as mighty as could be. It was also a monarch star at the 11th leaf. Qi Shuang and the others were numb with shock. Ling Han had actually defeated this many monarch stars. Chapter 23:36 Mission accomplished. After seeing these monarch stars off, Ling Han turned around to face Sun Feng and the others, a smile on his face. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The appearance of the monarch stars had already said everything. Their appearance had already slapped many faces. The faces of Sun Feng and the others were as red as a monkey's **s. This wasn't so bad for the two demons as their faces were already red to begin with. As such, it was hard to tell that they were beet red with embarrassment. Their faces merely seemed darker. "All of you return to the residence." Qi Shuang and Yuan immediately roared. They had naturally realized the truth. However, they obviously couldn't cause a commotion now. Otherwise, they would be losing face for the 100 Battles Academy. They couldn't wash their dirty linen in public. Instead, they would close the doors before dealing a beating. Everyone returned to the residence. The teams who had progressed to the second round would naturally be notified about when and where the second round would be held. After arriving back at their residence, Sun Feng and the others were naturally subject to a severe scolding. Meanwhile, Ling Han and the others were also reprimanded. This was because they failed to show any team spirit, deciding to part ways immediately after entering the mystery realm. Ling Han didn't retort to this. However, he had already made up his mind. He would remain passive during the second round, and aim to come last out of the 100 academies. When this tournament concluded, he didn't intend to return to the academy either. Firstly, there was nothing in the 100 Battles Academy that interested him. Secondly, he was about to advance to the Ascending Origin tier, a cultivation level that was already above the academy's upper limit. Thus, he would be kicked out even if he wanted to remain. Thirdly, he was someone who couldn't stay put for too long. He yearned to travel around. For example, he wanted to travel to other dimensions. The more dimensions he traveled to, the more regulations he could comprehend and integrate. As a result, his battle prowess at the same cultivation level would also become stronger. In high-level dimensions there were freaks who possessed an evolution index of 12. Thus, their battle prowess at the same cultivation level was definitely superior to his. Ling Han was a competitive person, so he naturally wanted to travel through the dimensions to raise his battle prowess to a pinnacle state. After resting for several days, the second round of the tournament finally commenced. The 100 teams were divided into 25 smaller groups, with 4 teams in each group. After a series of battles, the bottom 2 teams from each group would be eliminated, and the top 2 teams would advance. The former teams would fight for the rankings from 51st to 100th, while the latter teams would fight for the rankings from 1st to 50th. As it turned out, the results from the first round did have some small influence. The 100 Battles Academy was placed into the second echelon, and the group that they were assigned to had a team from each of the first, second, third, and fourth echelons. Theoretically speaking, belonging to the second echelon was already a sign of strength. Of the 3 other teams in their group, the team that belonged to the first echelon was naturally filled with confidence. Meanwhile, neither of the two other teams had seen Ling Han in action before, so they thought that 100 Battles Academy had only made it to the second echelon thanks to good fortune. The 25 groups commenced their battles at the same time. The first round was the first echelon team versus the fourth echelon team, and then the second echelon team versus the third echelon team. The two victorious teams would then battle against each other, after which the victor would directly advance to the next round. The two defeated teams would also battle against each other, and the victor of this battle would fight against the loser of the battle between the two initial victors. The victor of this last battle would then also advance. Ling Han and the others entered the arena. Their opponent was the third echelon 9 Light Academy. Just like before, the competitors would be prohibited from drawing on any external power. However, solo challenges and ganging up on others were both allowed. The battle would conclude when one team surrendered or lost the ability to fight. "If you don't want to suffer any pain, I urge you to hurry up and surrender," one of their opponents said. "Indeed, that will save us some energy. You've already completed your task by breaking into the top 100. Without You Yuan, you people can't withstand a single attack. I urge you to recognize this fact." Sun Feng and the others all reacted with indifference. They had been severely scolded, so they were naturally feeling strong anger and resentment toward Ling Han and the others. Thus, they decided not to put in any effort. Ling Han chuckled and reached over, grabbing Sun Feng and the others, and launching them toward their opponents. Whoosh! Just how powerful was he? Sun Feng and the others were shrouded by his power of regulations, rendering them helpless as they shot forward like cannonballs, treating his teammates like weapons. The spectators were all rendered speechless. They had never witnessed such a strange tactic before. However, it was without a doubt that Ling Han was truly powerful. Shrouded by the power of regulations, Sun Feng and the others were so powerful that their opponents didn't dare to face them head-on. They could only duck and dodge, occasionally launching a few counterattacks in reply, showing that they were already trying their best. Whoosh! Figures flew, and everyone could hear the furious bellows of Sun Feng and the others that were oozing with humiliation. However, this couldn't change their situation at all. Meanwhile, their opponents weren't faring much better. They were like fleeing ducks, ducking and weaving as they dashed around. The serious battle was reduced to a complete farce. "Enough with the arrogance," a Monarch star from the enemy team roared. He was an 11th Leaf elite. He lunged over, causing the surrounding space to ripple as he did so. He threw a domineering punch. Ling Han replied with his fists of fury, instantly gaining a comprehensive upper hand. In just 100 exchanges, the Monarch star had no option but to admit defeat. Everyone was stunned by this sight. This was a Monarch star, one who had reached the peak level of the 8th Lotus, yet Ling Han had defeated him in just 100 exchanges? Just what kind of crushing might was this? The strength of this person could most likely already rival that of the likes of Chuan Tian, Hua, and Mo. "No, you people are overestimating Chuan Tian and the others," someone immediately said with a shake of their head. Chuan Tian and the others were indeed in the top 10 on the elite leaderboard, but this was because most of the Monarch stars hadn't reached the 11th Leaf in the previous tournament. There was a gap in cultivation level, and it was because of this that they were so dominant. "That's right," another person said with a nod. "This time their cultivation levels are all at the 11th Leaf, so only now is it a fair battle. To defeat a fellow Monarch star with such ease and composure. I'm afraid that this person is on the same level as Huai Jian." Upon hearing the name Huai Jian, everyone instantly fell silent. This was a legendary prodigy who was destined to reach lofty heights. To say nothing of surpassing him, it was impossible to find someone who could even rival him. Could Ling Han compare to Huai Jian? Most people shook their heads in doubt. Huai Jian had already transcended the level of Monarch star. He was peerless and no one could hope to possibly match him. In any case, it wasn't long before the 9 Light Academy admitted defeat, ending the one-sided battle. Ling Han was naturally scolded by Qi Shuang and Yuan. He could have clearly achieved victory in a proper and glorious manner, so why had he insisted on employing such unsightly tactics? Of course, they naturally didn't dare to scold him too harshly. Firstly, they still had to rely on Ling Han to unleash his might. Secondly, Ling Han's battle prowess was already equivalent to the 9th Lotus, rendering him on the same level as them. However, in the following battle, Ling Han didn't join the fight at all. Instead, he decided to directly surrender, ending the battle between the victors. This angered Qi Shuang and Yuan to death. However, they still had to treat Ling Han nicely in the hopes that he would try his best in the next battle. As long as they won this battle, the 100 Battles Academy was almost guaranteed to rank around 50th. However, Ling Han didn't bother to show up at all, using the excuse that he had internal injuries which required rest. Qi Shuang and Yuan naturally knew that Ling Han was purposefully making up an excuse. He was as lively as could be. Which part of him appeared injured? It was clear that he didn't want to fight for the academy. Instead, he had his eyes set on the individual tournament for the elite leaderboard. When Ling Han left the tournament grounds, Qi Shuang and Yuan both walked up with dark expressions, scolding him in fury and frustration. Ling Han merely shrugged, saying, "Wasn't it the two of you who said to guarantee a top 200 finish and fight for a top 100 finish? I've already accomplished this mission, so why are you still unsatisfied?" Chapter 2337 Who's the Strongest Monarch Star? Qi Shuang and Yuan were about to explode in rage. They had only set the goal of guaranteeing the top 200 and fighting for the top 100 out of exasperation. This was because of You Yuan's death. Otherwise, if they had a choice, would they not want their team to break into the top 50 or even higher? Now, with Ling Han's impressive showing, it was clear that he could have brought the 100 Battles Academy into the top 10. However, he immediately gave up after winning just a single battle. How could they not be enraged? If he had been incompetent, then he should have acted incompetently the entire time. However, he had clearly given them a glimmer of hope, yet he had immediately bonked them on the head with a huge club. This truly left them feeling dazed and sorry. The two of them continued to ramble, yet Ling Han directly entered his room, not sparing them any attention. The 1000 Academy tournament continued. Each day more and more academies would be eliminated. At the same time, there were also academies that continued to charge forward, soaring toward a higher rank. During this process, several prodigies also rose above all others. Su Xing, Jianghu, and Shuai. No one could have imagined that the challengers to Huai Jian's throne of dominance weren't the top 10 elites from the previous tournament. Instead, they were new elites who had suddenly risen during this tournament. In the end, the teams led by Huai Jian, Su Xing, Jianghu, and Shuai successfully charged into the top 4. If all goes smoothly, the Eternal Dragon Academy should emerge victorious again, everyone said in speculation. The first battle was the Eternal Dragon Academy versus the 3 Manifest Academy. Ling Han especially headed over to spectate this battle. Up until now, he still hadn't seen Huai Jian's true appearance. He had only heard others talking about his handsome and elegant nature, as well as how prodigious and blessed by the heavens he was. In other words, this was a man who was covered in countless halos of glory. The competition began and the two teams entered the arena. Everyone's gazes were instantly drawn to two people. As for the others, such ordinary people naturally couldn't attract any attention. Huai Jian, Su Xing. Ling Han had already seen Su Xing before. Thus he focused his attention on Huai Jian. He was a tall and slender man from the angel race. Just like all other angels, he was as handsome as could be, and he more so possessed an aura of astonishing charisma. Standing there, he was like the center of heaven and earth. People could only gaze up at him. Surpassing him was nothing more than an impossible dream. His expression was modest and he even wore an amiable smile. However, there was still an air of authority about him. He was like the sun in the sky, wherein others could only serve as his foil. Before his brilliance they would lose all of their luster. However, Su Xing was truly extraordinary as well. Standing opposite Huai Jian, he was radiating with the wild aura of a ferocious and bloodthirsty beast. No one could bring him to submission. Su Xing is truly very powerful. Indeed, he can rival Huai Jian's aura. It's almost impossible to find another person like him. Even if he's weaker, the gap between them won't be too large. Everyone spoke with emotion. They were overjoyed. The stronger the younger generation, the more prosperous the future of their realm. The two teams were already engaged in a ferocious battle, with the soldiers fighting against the soldiers and the generals fighting against the generals. No one ran over to interfere with the battle between Huai Jian and Su Xing. In any case, they didn't have the right to. Su Xing stood opposite Huai Jian, and neither of them moved to attack the other. However, their gazes were as intense as blades as they looked at each other, and the aura surrounding them was so terrifying that no one dared to near them. If they approached, they would be ruthlessly crushed to smithereens. Whoosh! Su Xing moved first, dashing forward as he threw an explosive punch. He was truly powerful beyond belief. His punch transformed into 9 black holes that were capable of engulfing all matter. Huai Jian moved his hands, forming a ring that materialized the cycle of life and death. 6 samsara realms, he roared. The ring continued to expand, and it was as if the entire heaven and earth were subject to the control of this ring. Meanwhile, Huai Jian stood in the center of the ring, proud and mighty like the ruler of the world. Boom! The 9 black holes collided with the 6 samsara realms. Violent explosions tore through the void, causing devastating bursts of energy to surge into the surroundings. Symbols were also shredded, transforming into a sea of energy. The shock waves subsided and everyone was shocked by what they saw. This was because neither Su Xing nor Huai Jian had suffered a disadvantage during this exchange. This was simply astounding. Su Xing could genuinely rival Huai Jian. To be regarded as the #1 Monarch star. Sure enough, you're quite extraordinary, Su Xing said. His eyes were gleaming and he continued, however, your glory and achievements will be nothing more than passing clouds and mists. I, Su Xing, am the strongest Monarch star. No one can equal me. Huai Jian simply replied with a faint smile. It was as if Su Xing was nothing more than a disobedient brat in his eyes. There was no need to waste his breath on him. P** is off from the throne, Su Xing roared. He instantly launched another attack, his movements as quick as lightning. Huai Jian responded with calm and composure, with his 2 hands forming yin and yang as he materialized life and death. Only when one's comprehension of regulations reached a supreme level could they channel such power. Regulations would also experience life and death, so it was to follow that regulations weren't the most supreme power in the world. They were simply one form of embodiment of heaven and earth's magnificent power. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 powerful Monarch stars exchanged blows, with each exchange stunning the spectators. Even the Monarch stars at the 11th leaf of the 8th lotus were dazed and astonished by what they witnessed. Their cultivation level was clearly the same, and they were also mighty Monarch stars, so why was the gulf between them so great? Meanwhile, Ling Han was also relishing this spectacle. This was indeed a battle between the strongest Monarch stars. He was greatly inspired, and he even felt a strong urge to leap onto the arena himself. He wanted to battle to his heart's content. Who's going to win? This was the thought in everyone's mind. Sweet. In the beginning the answer should have been obvious. Huai Jian was supreme among all Monarch stars, with his position firm and indomitable. To even near his lofty height was but an impossible dream for all other prodigies. This was to say nothing of surpassing him. However, upon witnessing Su Xing's ferocity, their minds started to waver. Perhaps Su Xing could truly bring with him a new age? An age where he stood invincible? However, this battle was forcefully brought to a halt. This was because the remaining members from the 3 Manifest Academy apart from Su Xing had all been defeated. They were unable to fight anymore. Moreover, the battle had already dragged on for 1 day and 1 night. According to the rules, when a battle exceeded 1 day, the team with the most remaining members would be awarded victory. Thus, it was without a doubt that the Eternal Dragon Academy had won. Everyone felt sympathetic toward the 3 Manifest Academy. They more so felt sympathy for Su Xing. Su Xing couldn't be blamed for this defeat. Instead, it was his teammates who had let him down. However, the Academy rankings were only to win glory for the academies. It was the person who topped the elite leaderboard who would win the greatest individual glory. Su Xing still had a chance. The following battle was between the Purple Flutter Academy and the Eastern Progressive Academy. At the same time, it was a battle between Jianghu and Shuego. In the end, the result was identical to the previous battle. After battling for 1 day and 1 night, it was impossible to determine the victor between Jianghu and Shuego. However, because the Purple Flutter Academy was more powerful overall, they achieved victory thanks to having more remaining members. They advanced to the finals. 3 days later, the final battle commenced. Huai Jian battled against Jianghu, with both angels unleashing their glorious strength. Neither was weaker than the other. The spectating elites couldn't help but sigh with emotion. They were witnessing the arrival of a prosperous golden age for cultivation. Huai Jian and Jianghu couldn't be separated, but the others naturally could. After battling for 1 day and 1 night, the Eternal Dragon Academy once again achieved victory thanks to the rules of the tournament. They were crowned victors once again. Afterward, it was time for the ranking battles for the elite leaderboard. Su Xing, Jing Zhongyue, and Shuigu had already risen above all others. Their renown was no lesser than Huai Jian's. They were all potential candidates to be crowned number 1 on the elite leaderboard. Who would reign supreme? Chapter 23-38 In-Depth Study. The ranking battles for the elite leaderboard commenced. The academies would first pick the strongest representative from each of the top 100 teams. For example, the chosen representatives from the Eternal Dragon Academy and the 3 Manifest Academy would be extremely obvious. They would definitely be Huai Jian and Su Xing. However, it was a more difficult decision for some academies since they didn't have any Monarch stars on their teams. Moreover, the strength of everyone was also similar. In such cases, they would hold an internal competition to choose the representative. With Qi Shuang's and Yuan's temper, they naturally didn't want Ling Han to represent the 100 Battles Academy. After all, he had purposefully slacked off before. However, it occurred to them that they would still need to rely on Ling Han for the next 1000 Academy tournament. Thus, they could only sign him up with dark and exasperated expressions. After confirming the 100 competitors, the next task was to divide them into groups. The Ancestral King from the 4 Splendor Academy personally decided on the 16 seeded competitors. Moreover, it was guaranteed that these 16 competitors wouldn't meet before the fight for a spot in the quarterfinals. Because there were 100 people, it was inevitable that 28 groups would be relatively fortunate, having only 3 members. They would only need to eliminate a single person. Because of Ling Han's stunning performance in that one battle, he was also awarded a seeding. However, this was mocked by many people. As he was someone who showed no care for his academy's glory, it was without a doubt that his achievements would be limited. The gambling houses continued to list odds for the tournament. Huai Jian's odds surprisingly grew, by quite a significant amount too. It was now a 1-to-2 ratio for him to win. This was naturally due to the rise of Jing Zhongyue, Shuigu, and the other Monarch stars. The gambling houses were of the belief that Huai Jian's dominant position might be threatened. The odds for Jing Zhongyue, Shuigu, and the others were also fairly short, coming in at 1-to-2. 1 or 2. 2 and so on. They were clearly favored by many. In comparison, Ling Han's odds were much longer, sitting at 1-to-4. Ling Han resolutely placed a bet for himself. He was confident in himself, and he was certain that he could win even with opponents such as Huai Jian and Jing Zhongyue. Another 7 days passed, the first round of competition for the elite leaderboard finally began. Ling Han wasn't very fortunate, and he wasn't placed in a group with only 3 people. In the first round, he more so faced a Monarch star at the 11th leaf. This was a member of the insect race. His body was blood red, and he had the form of a ladybug. His outstretched wings were covered with sanguine patterns, and just looking at them could cause one to fall into a dazed and uncontrolled trance. "You surrendered in the team battles, so why don't you also surrender now?" the insect said in an enticing voice. Even Monarch tiers would be led astray by his words. His tribe specialized in confusing and poisoning people's minds. Ling Han grinned and said, "Because I want to pummel you." He charged forward, unleashing his fists of fury. The insect was astounded. Not only had he failed to entice Ling Han, but he had even failed to affect him at all. This was inconceivable. He hurriedly parried Ling Han's attacks. However, at the same cultivation, the gulf between an evolution index of 11 and an evolution index of 10 was far too great. It was much like the crushing gulf between Monarch tiers and Emperor tiers. Ling Han immediately gained the upper hand, needing only 80 or so exchanges to destroy a leg and wing of the insect. This was also because the insect was far too reliant on his mind games. As a result, his battle prowess was inferior to that of most other Monarch stars. Thus, because Ling Han was able to resist his temptation, he was able to defeat the insect in under 100 exchanges. Ling Han successfully advanced to the subgroup of victors. The other group battle had also concluded, with the victor being a person from the demon race. Neither of them rested, and they immediately began the battle between the victors. In the end, Ling Han easily achieved victory, progressing to the group of 64. The 3 remaining members of the group weren't without a chance either. They could still fight for the remaining position. Meanwhile, the 2 who came last would compete for the ranks from 65th to 100th. According to the rules, Ling Han could rest for 5 days. Afterward, he would compete to enter the group of 32. Ling Han didn't waste any time waking the slumbering Wally. He started to ask him questions. Normally, Wally would remain in a state of sleep. In his words, this could reduce his energy consumption. During this time, he would only maintain his capacity to process some data. Ling Han didn't understand this. In any case, Wally was like a block of wood, and he seemed to be the same no matter what mode he was. Ling Han was extremely interested in the knowledge of high-level dimensions. Knowledge was wealth and knowledge was power. Thus he was happy to gain more knowledge. Moreover, he knew that if he wanted to become the strongest, he would most likely need to grasp all of the formulas and models that Wally spoke about. After all, these pertain to the foundation of heaven and earth. Regulations were only the embodiment of heaven and earth's power. These were things that could be shattered and surpassed. Thus, arduously striving to grasp more regulations was actually a stray path. Of course, unless one reached a paramount level, they would have no right to interact with the power of heaven and earth. Even trying to search for it would be impossible. However, Ling Han was different. He possessed the origin magic cube, and he had once been the ruler of heaven and earth. Thus, he had the heaven-defying ability to interact with the power of heaven and earth. Most importantly, he was blessed with fortune. He had come across Wally, a being from the dark inverse realm who was the culmination of countless epochs of knowledge and material skills. Moreover, this was a being who had gone to higher-level dimensions to learn all knowledge. If it weren't for these factors, Ling Han would have still been feeling his way around in the dark. Even if he had been 100 times more intelligent and 10,000 times more talented, it would have still been useless. Wally was also extremely generous when it came to sharing his knowledge. If he had wanted to conceal something, he wouldn't have ever told Ling Han about it anyway. As Ling Han sat under the reincarnation tree, his mind was filled with the formulas and models that Wally had talked about. His mind felt heavy and sleepy. He was confident that he wasn't an idiot. However, faced with these theories and whatnot, it was as if he had indeed become an idiot. He couldn't make head nor tail of them. He first used thousands of years to grasp these formulas. He then summarized these formulas to simulate and verified the models. This allowed the models to become increasingly vivid and lively. They were no longer pictures on paper. Finally, he utilized the origin magic cube to channel and run these models. Right now, Wally had only given Ling Han one model. If Ling Han could successfully channel this model, he would gain the ability to extract void particle energy. This was one of the most fundamental energy types of the Genesis world. Even if he could only extract a tiny wisp, it would still be unbelievably powerful. However, Ling Han's cultivation level was still far too low. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to extract void particle energy. Only by traveling to the core of the foreign realm or by mining ores in the core that contained void particle energy could he extract this void particle energy. Theoretically speaking, the core of a dimension should forever remain in a state of eruption. Thus, such ores definitely exist. However, unless one's vitality index exceeds 15,000, it will be impossible to detect the presence of these ores. They'll appear no different from ordinary stone, Wally said in a calm voice. His expression almost never changed. It had only fluctuated when he had seen that unopenable scroll. Ling Han pondered for a moment before asking, "Am I able to absorb the void particle energy from that scroll?" "Theoretically, yes," Wally replied with a nod. However, he immediately shook his head and said, "However, the scroll is mine now, so I won't allow you to use it. That will damage my interest." His tone was calm and serious. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Wally was truly a practical being. In any case, Ling Han naturally wasn't trying to take advantage of Wally. After all, he still possessed another unopenable scroll. Making up an excuse, Ling Han started to cultivate in seclusion again. He retrieved the other unopenable scroll, attempting to extract the energy from within it. Chapter 2339 Heavenly Venerate Tribulation. Ling Han had clearly grasped the theoretical knowledge already, and he also possessed the right tools as well as a medium such as the origin magic cube. However, Ling Han was still unable to extract any energy from the unopenable scroll. "Nos. My cultivation level is too low," Ling Han said in his mind. Even though the power of regulations was reliant on heaven and earth, rendering their level of existence limited, they could also be regarded as the embodiment of heaven and earth. If one fully comprehended the regulations, they could naturally glimpse the foundation of heaven and earth with more ease. Thus, heavenly venerates all ascended as ninth heaven celestial kings. No one could ascend from the severing mundane tier to the heavenly venerable tier. Ling Han also understood that he couldn't chew off more than he could bite. Right now, he simply wanted to grasp a sliver of heaven and earth's fundamental power. He was confident that this was possible. Otherwise, the Dark Inverse Realm wouldn't have deployed Wally into the foreign realm, using him to mess with the core of this enemy realm. However, Wally had been attacked before he could even carry out this mission, so he had remained in a state of hibernation for a very long time. Ling Han would cultivate under the reincarnation tree at times, and he would also run over to attempt to absorb energy from the unopenable scroll at times. He was as busy as could be. On the 6th day he decided to give things a rest. He needed to participate in the round of 32. However, by some fluke, and just as he was about to finish up, a formidable and paramount power suddenly entered his body. This was a profoundly ancient and primordial power. It was brimming with a primal and pure aura. Rumble. Thunder suddenly roared across heaven and earth. Dark clouds rolled over, dense and thick in layers. A paramount tribulation was forming. Not good. Someone's about to face a tribulation. Heavens! This is an Ancestral King tribulation. It's not an ordinary Ancestral King tribulation either. It's a supreme 18th Lotus tribulation. No, I feel like even 18th Lotus tribulations aren't this terrifying. I think it's a heavenly Venerate tribulation. Everyone exclaimed in shock. There was a sea of thunderclouds overhead, with terrifying arcs of lightning transforming into giants that could break through the clouds at any time and deal a fatal strike. Ling Han was also stupefied. This was indeed a heavenly Venerate tribulation. When a heavenly Venerate appeared, heaven and earth would turn to target them. For example, when the Jianghu heavenly Venerate and sealed emotion heavenly Venerable appeared, they would definitely be accompanied by a deluge of terrifying thunder and lightning. Even ninth heaven celestial kings would be easily killed by such tribulation. This tribulation was targeting him. Ling Han came to a sudden realization. A cold chill gripped at his heart, and his premonition of danger was so intense that his entire brain hurt. But why was this? He hadn't ascended to the heavenly venerable tier. Hang on. He suddenly regained his senses. Hadn't a mysterious and profound power just entered his body? This is void particle energy. This was a magnificent type of energy that only heavenly venerates could wield. Now, however, he had succeeded in extracting some. Thus, heaven and earth treated him as a newly ascended heavenly venerate. It was also because of this that it unleashed a tribulation to erase his existence. Indeed, the heaven and earth of the foreign realm were at a higher level. Heavenly venerates wouldn't be targeted when they appeared. However, this didn't mean that heaven and earth wouldn't unleash a tribulation when someone advanced to the heavenly venerable tier. If Ling Han had genuinely become a heavenly venerate, he could have naturally dealt with this situation. However, he had only extracted a sliver of void particle energy, so how could he possibly rival tens of thousands of lightning giants at the ninth heaven celestial king tier? He hurriedly eased his mind, dispersing the void particle energy that had entered his body. Rumble. Thunder continued to roar and lightning continued to crackle. However, heavenly tribulation didn't descend. Everyone was shaking in fear. This was a heavenly venerate tribulation. To say nothing of targeting them, even if they were just scraped by this tribulation, even 15th Lotus and 16th Lotus Ancestral Kings would suffer immensely. 18th Lotus Ancestral Kings wouldn't be able to block it either. Only heavenly venerates could face such a tribulation. Thus, if this tribulation descended, no one here would make it out alive. One had to realize that the 1000 Academy tournament was still being held. It could be said that all of the prodigies at or above the 8th Lotus were in attendance. If they were all killed, the foundation of the foreign realm would genuinely be wounded for at least several epochs. Fortunately, the thunderclouds didn't become more violent. Instead, they slowly dispersed, ultimately vanishing altogether. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They felt like they had escaped from the jaws of death. Meanwhile, the Ancestral King of the Four Splendor Academy immediately started to investigate the situation. Why had a heavenly venerate tribulation suddenly appeared? Perhaps some heaven-defying treasure was about to appear. This was the most popular explanation. After all, no one believed that a pseudo-heavenly Venerate existed among them. They all started to scour the Four Splendor Academy. Wherever one looked, one could see people walking around with their hands clasped behind their back, acting as if they were enjoying the flowers. However, when no one was paying attention, they would start to furiously search the surroundings. It was amid this kind of atmosphere that the round of 32 was completed. However, it was as if this tournament had lost all of its appeal, with the number of spectators dropping by a whopping 5-fold. Ling Han could only poke his tongue out in secret. If they learned that he was the cause of this, just how severely would he be pummeled? Of course, even more people would covet his ability to trigger a heavenly Venerate tribulation. Hang on. How did I manage to extract the void particle energy? Ling Han massaged his head in thought. He had made so many failed attempts before, so how had he suddenly fluked into success? He was completely unable to recall the process. Fuck. How the hell did I succeed? He mulled over this for a long time, yet he couldn't recall anything at all. His eyes were bloodshot, and it was as if he were a mortal who hadn't slept for several days. In any case, this void particle energy is seriously terrifying. Apart from triggering a heavenly tribulation, channeling the void particle energy for just a brief moment had also reconstructed every single cell in his body, elevating their level. My physique is definitely more powerful than before. Moreover, my power has also risen significantly. However, this kind of power is completely different from the brute power I possessed before. Ling Han's power had advanced to the ascending origin tier long ago. However, his brute power had been useless in terms of increasing his lethality. It could only increase the speed and frequency of his attacks. Although this was indeed useful in battle, it was clearly less powerful than advancing his grasp of regulations to the ascending origin tier. The gulf between them was immense. After all, regulations were the true weapons of cultivators. Without a solid foundation of regulations, one would be analogous to a powerful brute using a thin sheet of paper to slap someone. So what if they were immensely powerful? Could their slaps hurt? Now, however, things were different. After absorbing the void particle energy, it was as if his power had been fitted with deadly weapons. He could unleash deadly attacks even without using the power of regulations. Could the power of heaven and earth not be freakish? Even though it was only a wisp. If I can continuously absorb void particle energy to elevate my physique, will I be able to elevate my physique to a paramount level? At that time, can my physique advance to the heavenly venerable tier, allowing me to ignore the heavenly Venerate tribulation? Ling Han murmured. His heart thumped in excitement. Damn it! How in the world did I extract that wisp of energy? Ling Han continued to mull over this as he stepped onto the arena. He was thinking so hard that he wanted to bang his head against a wall. Meanwhile, standing opposite him, Sen Ping couldn't help but wear a dark expression. He conceded that Ling Han was indeed profoundly powerful. This was evident from his status as a seed. However, he didn't need to be so arrogant and haughty, did he? Sen Ping had clasped his hands in respect, yet Ling Han hadn't even returned the gesture? Not only that, but he was even furrowing his brows and scratching his cheeks? What was the meaning of this? Are you belittling me? In the past it was You Yuan. Now it was Ling Han. The 100 Battles Academy was taking things too far. You're taking things too far, he roared in rage. He charged forward with his aura rising like smoke. He was going to fight for his honor. Ling Han instinctively counterattacked, not drawing on any power of regulations. However, he was able to easily rival Sen Ping. Chapter 23 40 Powerful Physique. Upon witnessing this, everyone felt numb with shock. Was this not astounding? To rival an 11th Leaf Monarch star without using the power of regulations? Was this a joke? Regulations were the foundation of one's battle prowess. Even if one were an 18th Lotus Ancestral King, if they didn't wield regulations, their battle prowess would only be equivalent to that of 6th Lotus cultivators. This was one of the main reasons why the foreign realms still hadn't been able to conquer the celestial realm after so long. Every single elite had to face the issue of exhausting the power of regulations. If they couldn't achieve speedy victory, they would have no option but to retreat. Otherwise they would be seeking death. Now, however, Ling Han was relying on his physical power alone to rival Sen Ping. If this could be promoted, the foreign realm would no longer have any worries when fighting the celestial realm. Not only could they venture deep into the celestial realm, but after conquering the latter, they could even gain an advantage when invading other realms. They could transform enemy grounds into home grounds. At this moment, everyone forgot Ling Han's past arrogance and rebellious behavior. He was a profound treasure. Only the Ancestral King shook his head. He had already understood the situation. It was most likely Ling Han who had triggered the heavenly Venerate tribulation just then. This was because he had somehow grasped a wisp of power of heaven and earth, resulting in him being targeted by a tribulation. However, he clearly hadn't succeeded. In fact, it was impossible for him to succeed. After all, a measly 8th Lotus cultivator had no right to grasp the power of heaven and earth. In the view of this Ancestral King, Ling Han had most likely ingested some kind of mystical matter of heaven and earth, accidentally absorbing some power of heaven and earth. This had then triggered the heavenly tribulation. Meanwhile, Ling Han was tempered by the power of heaven and earth, allowing him to gain a wisp of the might of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth was the foundation of all matter. It was naturally transcendent above regulations, so was it strange that it could rival the power of regulations. Of course, if Ling Han's physique hadn't already advanced to the ascending origin tier, the tempering of the void particle energy wouldn't have had such great effect. This was a miraculous event that couldn't be replicated. The longer Sen Ping fought, the more flustered he became. His opponent clearly wasn't using the power of regulations. However, he could easily block all of his attacks and he wasn't falling into a disadvantage either. That being the case, just how terrifying would he be if he unleashed his true strength? This thought was not unique to him. Everyone else was thinking the same thing. For example, Huai, Jian, Su Xing, Jing Zhongyue, and Shuigu all wore solemn expressions as they looked at Ling Han. This was especially the case with Jing Zhongyue. She had fought against Ling Han before, and neither of them had unleashed their most powerful attacks at that time. However, they had still been able to sense each other's power. It was because of this that they had eagerly anticipated a rematch during the ranking battles for the elite leaderboard. Now, however, she suddenly realized that Ling Han had only revealed a sliver of his power. This demon. Just what was his extreme? After exchanging a further 100 or so strikes, Ling Han shook his head, and finally came to his senses. He truly couldn't recall how he had achieved that. Perhaps he was better off teaching those formulas and models to Huai and the others. At that time they could rack their brains together. Moreover, once they succeeded, their battle prowess would soar in leaps and bounds. In fact, they might even forge a new and powerful path of cultivation, allowing one to avoid regulations and directly draw on the power of heaven and earth. As he mulled over this, he didn't forget to throw a punch. Pum. He struck Sen Ping square in the face. Sen Ping involuntarily stumbled back. Pah. After taking 2 steps, he couldn't help but collapse to the ground. It was as if his soul had been beaten from his body. He couldn't control his body at all. Victory to Ba, the judge loudly announced. Sen Ping was dispirited as he left the arena. He had lost to You Yuan in the previous tournament, and he had lost to Ling Han now. Perhaps the 100 Battles Academy was his nemesis? Moreover, You Yuan had only been slightly more powerful than him. With a bit of hard work he could have still surpassed You Yuan. However, Ling Han's power was unfathomable and unreachable. Just like Huai Jian, he was lofty and paramount. Sen Ping could only gaze up in reverence. Ling Han fought another battle, and he naturally advanced to the top 32 with 2 victories to his name. He was allowed to rest for another 5 days. When he returned, he immediately called all of his wives and partners over, detailing his experience. They were all delighted by what they heard. Because of their aptitude, the cultivation speed of Lu Yutong, Li Sikan, and the others was extremely slow. Even after using Ancestral King blood, their cultivation speed was only slightly quicker than that of Emperor Tiers. However, if there were another avenue to increase their cultivation, perhaps they could even become heavenly venerates in the future. Thus, this was naturally terrific news. Of course, only a single mysterious scroll remained. How long it could be used for was still an unknown matter. They started to comprehend the formulas and models day and night. However, Wally's formulas were complex and difficult to understand, so even the progress of monarch stars such as the Empress and Huai was extremely slow. It was very likely that they wouldn't make any discoveries in the short term. Anyhow, the Empress and Huai both had extremely clear goals. They would advance to the 11th secret before they focused their attention on investigating the void particle energy. Meanwhile, bewitching Maiden Ro was also intent on advancing to the ascending origin tier. She wanted to become the first ascending origin tier elite among them. Thus, her focus wasn't on investigating the void particle energy either. Ling Han was extremely happy about the three women's persistence. Cultivators needed to have their own goals. Only then could they soar to greater heights. In the following 5 days, Ling Han was still unable to make any progress. Meanwhile, the ranking battles had already entered the round of 32. Just like before, the member of the group who won twice would advance, while the member who lost twice would be eliminated. With Ling Han's strength, he naturally won his 2 battles with ease, advancing to the round of 16. Of the 16 initial seeds, only one had failed to advance. This was because he had come across a powerful opponent in the round of 64. He had suffered severe wounds even though he had achieved victory. As such, 5 days hadn't been enough time for him to recover. During the round of 32, he had thus been eliminated by another powerful opponent. Starting from the round of 16, the competition format would become single elimination battles. Each person would only have a single chance. Ling Han's first opponent was Mo, the Monarch star ranking second in the previous tournament. He was a holy beast, a member of the wolf tribe, and was covered in long silver fur, with his tail in the shape of a powerful dragon. This tail was sturdy and ferocious, and as it whipped around, it could even shatter the surrounding space, creating a void. He had shot to fame long ago, and he had already topped the elite leaderboard before Huai Jian's arrival. Moreover, it was clear that he didn't intend to advance to the ascending origin tier. It was as if he wanted to remain at this cultivation level forever, becoming the person to top the elite leaderboard the most times in history. Of course, this was only the speculation of other people. In reality, he was only delaying his advance because he was unsatisfied with his foundation. He wanted to temper it even further. He stood straight before Ling Han, and it was as if he were a notched and ready arrow. "Bah, I finally have the opportunity to battle you," he said. His voice boomed like raging thunder. However, Ling Han couldn't help but find this to be a shame. This holy beast was definitely a nutritious delicacy, but how could he kill this wolf and draw him into the Black Tower under the watchful gazes of so many people? "Niu wants to eat meat," Niu shouted from the sidelines. She was giving Ling Han a reminder. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. He glanced at Mo's leg and said, "How about we make a deal? Can you sell me a leg? I promise I won't eat it. I'll only use it for research." Mo was instantly enraged. "You won't eat it? Your eyes are almost gleaming as you stare at me. Drool is almost dripping from your mouth. Whom are you trying to kid? You dare to belittle me? You're taking things too far." The wolf lashed out in rage, with an ancient symbol materializing on his forehead. An astonishing aura swept forth, as devastating as could be. According to rumors, Mo once received guidance from a heavenly Venerate. That's right. The symbol on his forehead was bestowed by that heavenly Venerate. Tsk. Receiving guidance from a heavenly Venerate. No wonder he was able to come second on the elite leaderboard. Anyone can win this battle. The spectators were all engaged in spirited discussions. Chapter 2341 Mastered. However, Ling Han felt completely indifferent. At the same cultivation level, Monarch stars were already unable to pique his interest. His strength had already exceeded the level of Monarch stars. He had advanced to a higher level. The foreign realm didn't have a name for this level. However, they did indeed have prodigies at this level. For example, Huai Jian, Jingzhongyue, Suxing and Shuego. Casting his gaze across to the celestial realm, Ling Han reckoned that Ji Wuming could somewhat count as a prodigy at this level. However, judging from what he had seen, Ji Wuming was actually still a little bit off. After all, the level of heaven and earth was different. In any case, if the Empress and Hunyo could grasp the void particle energy, no, they didn't need to grasp it. As long as they could extract void particle energy to temper themselves, they could definitely increase their battle prowess by a significant amount. They could reach an evolution index of 11. Ling Han casually threw a punch. Even though he didn't unleash his full power, he was still able to easily suppress Mo. In just a few dozen exchanges, he had already gained a comprehensive upper hand. He then obtained an easy victory, advancing to the quarterfinals. As for Mo, the prodigy who had placed second on the previous elite leaderboard, he could only place ninth at best this time. 1 day passed and the top 8 cultivators were all locked in. The Supreme Monarch stars such as Huai, Jian and the others were naturally among these 8 people. Right now Ling Han, Huai, Jian, Su Xing, Jing Zhongyue, and Shui Gu were the fancies to take out the title of strongest. This was a grand level of competition that had never been seen before. Such a great number of Supreme Prodigies had actually risen together. However, in the next round 2 Supreme Monarch stars would definitely come face to face. This also signified the elimination of a Supreme Monarch star. Who would it be? They completed another draw to decide the battles. In the end, it was Su Xing and Shui Gu who suffered the misfortune of having to battle against each other. One of them would be eliminated. Like before, they were allowed to rest for another 5 days. Everyone was filled with eager anticipation. They could finally witness a battle between 2 Supreme Monarch stars. Even though several Supreme Monarch stars had clashed before, they had done so in the team battles. Moreover, they had been subject to numerous restrictions. However, the individual ranking battles for the elite leaderboard were different. Firstly, there was no time restriction. Secondly, there was no technique restriction, and they were allowed to unleash any technique without worrying about killing others. There was an Ancestral King watching over them, so he would prevent anyone from being killed. Ling Han researched and investigated until he became dazed and silly again. When the 6th day arrived, he was feeling completely muddle-headed and confused. However, it was also at this moment that he suddenly felt a vast and profound energy entering his body. Void particle energy. This time he immediately came to his senses. Crack. Heaven and earth boomed in reply, with thunderclouds rapidly gathering overhead. Ling Han didn't stop immediately. Instead, he committed his current state to memory, and only then did he rapidly stop his actions. He allowed the void particle energy to circulate around his body several times, elevating his technique. Only then did he disperse this energy. Having lost its target, heavenly tribulation also started to slowly dissipate. Ling Han had been well prepared this time, and he had made sure to cultivate in seclusion outside the academy. Otherwise, no one would dare to stay in the Four Splendor Academy anymore. After all, the situation would be far too dangerous with heavenly Venerate tribulations rolling over at any time. Who could endure this? He slowly returned to the academy. As he made his way over, he continued to replay the past few days in his mind. So that's how it is. He came to a sudden realization. Even though there were formulas and models to learn and apply when it came to extracting void particle energy, the true method was one that could only be understood and not spoken. If Ling Han hadn't become a ruler of heaven and earth before, he definitely couldn't have extracted void particle energy at this cultivation level. He couldn't have done so even with the help of that unopenable scroll. He had only failed so many times before because he hadn't been a genuine ruler of heaven and earth. At that time, he had only possessed the strength of a pseudo-heavenly Venerate. In other words, he had only just been powerful enough to interact with the power of heaven and earth. Elevating one's physical power is much easier than elevating one's grasp of regulations. As long as I raise my power to the pinnacle level of the ascending origin tier, my battle prowess will be equivalent to that of someone at the consummate level of the ascending origin tier, Ling Han murmured to himself. However, it was a pity that physical power was a set form of strength. A certain amount of power would always correspond to a certain level of battle prowess. This was unlike cultivation levels where the battle prowess of Monarch stars different from their cultivation. So that's why Wally uses the vitality index and not cultivation level to measure a living being's strength. Neuron. As Ling Han murmured to himself, he had already arrived back at the academy. He prepared to take part in the quarterfinals. The first 3 battles didn't spring any surprises. Ling Han, Huai Jian and Jing Zhongyue all successfully advanced. Meanwhile, the eagerly anticipated 4th battle was proceeding with vigor and ferocity. The 2 Supreme Monarch stars were both unleashing their astonishing battle prowess, producing a brilliant and enthralling battle. Neither of them held back. Their strength was almost identical, so the battle between them was naturally as intense as could be. They were unable to determine a victor no matter what. They continued to exhaust each other's stamina. Fortunately, such situations had occurred before, so the hosts were naturally able to resolve the situation. The solution was to activate a time acceleration mechanism. 1 day in the outside world would equal 3 years in time acceleration mechanism. Su Xing and Shui Gu were truly as evenly matched as could be. Only after battling for a whopping 17 years did they finally determine a victor. Moreover, this was only because they were prohibited from using weapons. As a member of the insect race, Shuigu gained a slim advantage as the hooks on his body were naturally powerful weapons. During ordinary times, these hooks wouldn't give him any advantage at all. However, in this kind of evenly matched battle, this extremely slim advantage was able to give him an edge that became increasingly magnified as time went on. Su Xing was naturally unresigned to defeat. He was skilled in many powerful techniques that could only be performed with weapons. Thus, the two of them had already arranged to battle again. In any case, Shuigu was the final member to advance to the semi-final. In the next round, Ling Han would face Jing Zhongyue, and Huai Jian would face Shuigu. They were again given 5 days to rest. Ling Han didn't waste a single second. He ventured into the wilderness, and started to extract the power of heaven and earth from the mysterious scroll. He continued to walk the fine line between life and death. If he messed up just a little bit, heavenly tribulation would descend without any shred of mercy. At that time, how could his frail body withstand it? Flee into the Black Tower? Indeed, Ninth Heaven's celestial kings were unable to breach the Black Tower's defenses. However, the tribulation of heaven and earth would never disappear. As long as Ling Han dared to reappear, the tribulation of heaven and earth would continue to form and descend until he chose to face it head-on. However, that would naturally be an act of seeking death. Of course, there was still another option. Ling Han could leave the foreign realm. However, there was no path to return to the celestial realm, and he hadn't grasped the regulations of the dark inverse realm either. As such, he could only remain in the foreign realm. Ling Han was playing with fire, yet this allowed his battle prowess to rise steadily. His physical power had already reached the great accomplishment of the ascending origin tier. Add to that the tempering that his physique had received from heaven and earth, and he could unleash a battle prowess at the great accomplishment of the ascending origin tier even without drawing on the power of regulations. Moreover, this battle prowess wouldn't be affected by the dimension that he was in. Even if he went to the dark inverse realm or an even higher level dimension, he would still maintain a battle prowess at the great accomplishment of the ascending origin tier, even though he wouldn't be able to wield the power of local regulations. No wonder heavenly venerates are so terrifying. They've already transcended regulations, so their battle prowess won't be weakened no matter where they go. The 5 days passed by in a flash. The semi-finals began, and the two battles were held in unison. Ling Han faced off against Jing Zhongyue. His opponent was graceful and ethereal in her beauty. She was like a celestial maiden who could only be appreciated from afar. One wouldn't dare to bear to near her. "I've been waiting for this day," Jing Zhongyue said. Her voice was crisp and pleasant to the ear. Listening to her was a great enjoyment. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Please go ahead. I won't hold back just because you're a woman." Jing Zhongyue was enraged upon hearing this. She was a supreme monarch star, so did she need others to hold back just because she was a woman? She was a peerless sword that could obliterate all matter. "Myriad forms sword technique," she said with a humph. She made a pushing motion with her slender hands, unleashing countless silver swords. These swords violently swept toward Ling Han. "Say, girl, can't we fight properly?" Ling Han said with a smile. He resolutely charged forward, swinging his fists and shattering the silver swords. He was like a demon lord as he arrived before Jing Zhongyue. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.